waste of love.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand final of Galaxy Battle Phase 3. We thought maybe we would have the reigning champions defending their title in this series, but it was not to be. For Iberian Soul were able to crush them with the help of one Owen Butterfield, Smooya standing in for the Spanish lineup, and he will do so again today against Copenhagen Wolves, another squad that I was not expecting to see here. Joined by Yuba, I am Protogo, and we are about to break down everything before this grand final, this best of 5, where two teams that have proven themselves time-tested, battle-tested in this very lengthy playoffs bracket are about to lock horns.
Oh, yeah, and a name we haven't heard in a while. Copenhagen Wolves, they want to rise back to the top. It's going to be a long way for them to go, but a long way they went to get to the final of Galaxy Battle Phase 3, facing up against Iberian Wolves. And Pronogo, I have to say, we do have seemingly a one-sided final in this best of 5, but I would assume that anything could happen given the fact that it's a final day.
Yeah, the final day should not be so easy for Iberian Soul. They had a, quote, enjoyable 2-0 over Team Nexus yesterday. Yeah. Smooya himself tweeting that one out, saying that, you know, that one was pretty easy for him. And you can see him there. He's got his electrolyte drink. He's ready to go, dialed in. And he was good on not just the AWP, his signature weapon, but also the rifle. A very stark performance from him, topping the scoreboard multiple times at multiple occasions. And of course, Ancient felt like it was maybe too easy. That's going to be a map that both of these squads have had a wonderful time punching above their weight and defeating the teams that maybe were a little bit favored in those semifinals. But it wasn't quite so easy for the Wolves. And while they did struggle to actually finish Dust 2 versus to get started. You saw our veto there. Up first is Inferno. This is where Iberian Soul, in overtime, crushed the hopes of the reigning champion. And with Evolution observing all the action, it's time to get into the cast. Pistol round, and the Cats are on the prowl.
All right, let's see what they got. They're attacking B with pace, but 3 guys are defending. This is going to be a slaughter. This could be fun as Tapeworth starts and Matthews cleans up, and the Spaniards are done. Oh, though, Mopo's found a frag, but now he's alone and nowhere to go. Round number 1 goes to the hand of the Copenhagen Wolves as they open things up quite well. A good post on that B side. The Cats, as you said, they were completely stopped.
Yeah. Listen, the Iberian Soul definitely wanted to play with pace. I respect that. I love that. I love to see when teams are going to try to come out swinging. But the Wolves just sat back and enjoyed the kills, accepted them right into open arms. Tapeware, you called it out. 3 kills very quickly. He'll be boasting of FAMAS alongside Nixon in this round. And the HE is all good for his 4th frag. Queuing up the Theos. Let's see how many frags he can farm. Already got 2 in the pistol. It was the full house between those 2 players. They continue to post up They might steal up all the kills here in the opening 2 rounds. And this was a force buy. This was an investment despite no bomb plant for Iberian Soul. It's been crushed right here in Banana.
Yeah, the tactical airstrike worked on top Banana. Again, they were shut down and lost most of what they have. 4 HP on David G. That is far from what you want when you're only holding a Tech 9 in your hands. Still, decided to go to B, but 2 players waiting, and the first contact will be the Croatian player. Let's see what the rookie has got as they're going through the smoke, and he's welcoming them with that SMG. Finds only 1 frag, but Tapework cleans everything up. Another 3K for him in this round, and he's starting off quite well. His team getting in the lead at the beginning of this best of 5. Of course, it is only the start, but completely annihilating a force buy. That's a that's a statement. That's a message you want to send.
Yeah, I was thinking the same words there. Statement win in round number 2. And with the HE, I mean, all of the utility expended, plucking one of the players out before he can even push on forward. It has felt like Iberian Soul haven't even had an opportunity to push forward to do a damn thing. I don't think this will be their round either. It's a deco. Only deagles. Not a single piece of utility. Smooya's got some armor. So he's not saving for the AWP. And with David G burning at the bottom of Banana and the rest of the team smoked off, they're going to have to look elsewhere. Mopaz opens up onto Jorko, but the double setup there towards bracket side. Oh, hold the phone. Smooya and Saucel just opened things up in a big way, and now the bomb can go down. Man advantage, rifles recovered. Iberian Soul are on the precipice of winning right here with deagles only.
You always have money for a deagle, and it seems to be paying dividends. Matthews and Tape, where they're going to have to find their way to the site. Bomb is ticking. Half already ticked. They're going to have to find the first frag. He saw a player through the smoke, but was that enough? The answer seems to be negative. Now only Matthews remains. So many players around him. 1v1. Let's see if he can do this. The answer is no, as Alex shuts that clutch attempt down. That's round number 1 for the Spaniards.
Well, really nice to see Mateos bring it so close at the very end there, but the money reset button has been hit, and it's not in favor of the Wolves. They dropped that round, and when they absolutely shouldn't have, they had the 2 defenders there on the porch side. Feels like they absolutely should have been able to control that round, and Yuba, I don't like what I'm seeing here. A tactical timeout already. After they've made their purchase. This is not because they need to cross their T's and dot their I's, do some napkin math to figure out what they can buy. This is because they are already feeling a little bit of pressure. That's what it feels like to me. And Iberian Soul can absolutely threaten to push on forward. I thought we'd have to wait until this round to see them on the board, but they got there early.
Oh, yeah. And now trouble looms for the Wolves. They're going to have to think of something, and they got some pretty small guns to do it with. Of course, 2 of their players are holding M4s, but 2 SMGs, a 5.7. Definitely weaponry that can do damage on a map like Inferno, but it's not really what you want to have. And the previous round could prove to be costly for them. Maybe give Iberian Soul a chance to tie a few together. Maybe some aggression towards top Banana. Not going to happen just yet. Smokes landed. Oh, the smoke goes. Mopos and Tapeware is felled. Matthews through the smoke finds 1, looking for more, but he should not overstay his welcome. He'll pull back to the site. It's a 4v4. We spoke about this so many times before. The T's are in an advantageous position as the CT rotates need to happen. They're going to have to think of something and maybe go for a risk play, and that's exactly what they're doing towards A.
Abandoning B site altogether. It's all onto Mopaz to eventually put the pieces together. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, though. Iberian Soul calling back the squad in mid. And Jorko threatening. He's got the 5.7. Diving into Boiler. Burned off, though. Has to fall back, and this is an opportunity, in theory, for the Wolves to start prowling, to start working the angles. David G, the first on offer. Bolani finds that frag. Is he going to be prepared for Saucel? Seems like he is, but his head still ends up getting taken nonetheless. And this is where Iberian Soul are standing their ground in second middle, rotating into apartments. But the Wolves have bought on a completely different bait. They think it's all the way back to B. It looks like they're going to go for back-to-back risk plays in the same round. 25 seconds, and the bomb will go down on A.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for the Wolves. They had 4 players stacked on A. Just send that one and hope that maybe he's going to push something, find something he did, but that led to them expecting that the Cats are going to go to the other side. Not going to happen just yet. Let's see if they have a retake in them. They do have a kit. They do have 2 pieces of utility, and we can say a lot of HP on them. If they find the first frag, it's more than a possible defuse, more than a possible retake. Still, time is not against them. 1 for 1, that's solid. Sausal, his position is known, but Smuya is ready, and he takes care of Nixon. Now only Jorko remains. 1v2, and he knows where the players are. Finds one, looks for the second. Still has a bit of time left on the clock, but needs to hurry up. He needs to find the frag. The answer seems to be negative. He's going to find the kill, but does he have the time? The answer is not going to be the case, or is it? No, he can't do this. Not going to happen. It's going to be the second round for Iberian Soul.
Oh, man. You can see hands off the keyboard at the end there. Feeling a little bit of frustration as Jorko, star sniper, does it with the rifle. He did this yesterday as well versus Paravision. One of the reasons why Wolves performed the upset, and with such steady hands as well, able to clear both players, but they bought enough time, and the bomb was planted so far away. All the way on the other side of the site. That A site feeling like it's 1,000 miles as he runs for it. And there you go. Down to the wire. Well, a very explosive start to Inferno. Normally, a map criticized for the way that CTs save, but they went for the retake in this mano-y-mano 3v3 situation. And it almost paid off for them. Now burning alive. They're recharging the top of Banana. Yet to get anything on the board. Well, finally, with a little bit of a team kill, they'll end up on a +1.
Not bad at all. That's a good start, but they're still going to have to commit to a site, even though they have a man advantage. The HP is not in their favor. With Tapeware and Matthews being so low, they're going to have to find some really good positions, so Iberian Soul still have more than a chance. No rifles collected thus far by the Wolves, and these SMGs are still going to have to do damage. Smoke not going to land. Well done by Tapeware. He expected that to happen, but the HE grenade will blow him away. And let's see what the plan is for the Soul. Do they have it in them to break open this site? 2 defenders there. We know that SMGs can be dangerous. Jorko might be the first point of contact. He's going to get taken out. Matthews wants to run through the smoke, but now he's too dangerous, and Alex confirms, as well as he confirms the round and the lead for his team.
Cats are in the lead, getting the bomb planted. There's a real Cats v Dogs situation here. Exciting to see logos and team names up against each other. But the Wolves are capitulating in this round. And look at that. It looks like they already accounted for all the extra guns. Belani can't find a single thing. The Polish player running back towards the T-spawn. Nothing but the MP9 in his hand. And that will be a third round for the T's. It does feel like Iberian Soul are favored on the opening here. I want to remind you guys that Copenhagen Wolves looked pretty solid on Ancient, but so too did our T side currently. So while Iberian Soul have set themselves up as favorites, if any of these maps are survived by the Danish organization, Copenhagen Wolves could force a decider because their Mirage looked immaculate against Paravision. So we could either be in for a very quick 3-0 or a very long all 5. And either way you slice it, it does feel like Iberian Soul have the favorite in them. And now, with a MAC-10, Mopaw's tip of the spear, we might be seeing some play with pace after the initial utility salvo. They're feeling out. This should be a low buy, especially with those HEs sailing Matthias on through. Tapeware's going to have to drop that smoke, and he might get dropped before he can even throw it. Oh, yeah, they're already ahead of this. Say goodbye to the B-bomb site. Maybe Saucel's gun can be forked over. It's probably the best thing Wolves can hope for right now.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for. Not expecting a player in such a forward position, though. They're already in T-apps when you look at the mini-map. So actually, Smuya is the one under duress, under threat, and he's going to get taken out. So at least a gun salvaged by Copenhagen Wolves, but Players on the side of Iberian Soul managed to double their advantage, and they want to take this AK away from them. They did not build a lot of bank, so best they can do is just hold passive positions with the AKs, maybe send Mopos forward with that SMG in hopes of grabbing back that AK. Of course, we're talking about finances when it comes to the result. Iberian Soul, on the back of a deco victory, managed to chain together 4 rounds, and it really looks quite well this T side now.
Yeah, well positioned to keep on going. Even if they end up getting dropped with no bomb plant in this round, you could talk about the full wipe. It still favors them. They got a buy and a half queued up. If this one gets the bomb plant down at the very least, I think we're absolutely going to have some scenes. And another tactical timeout. Copenhagen Wolves talking over their options. We saw the AWP get forked over for Jorko. He hasn't picked it up just yet. Still shuffling the guns out, making sure everybody's money is as balanced as it can be. Both survivors means that MP9 is going to be brought forward into the next round. They're not going to throw it away. Belani holding on to the Kalashnikov. And the unsilenced A4. Okay, we've got 2 of the M4s there. And they are going to be not worried about smoke spams as much. Much more concerned about keeping bullets in the chamber, bullets in the mag. Now, Jorko was really important, really impactful in their win against Paravision. The Copenhagen Wolves are putting a lot of pressure on this guy, a lot of faith in him with that big green. And he will be posting up towards middle. Let's see how he does on Inferno.
All right. See what he's got. Gonna have to do something in this round if they want to pose a threat. You don't want to let the T's get a good advantage at the beginning of half, and it is seemingly something that could happen. Jorko is gonna have to be quick against the player in Boiler, and he is also hit the deck. That's a good start now for the Wolves. Bialani finds a frag for himself in no man's land now, traded back by Smuya, but Butterfield is in trouble, and Nixon takes him down. Alex falls, and Davy G is alone. 1v3. He needs to get to the bomb, and so many CTs already rotated in. With the flash, they go through the smoke. He finds one, not the other, and that's going to be the 3rd round for the Wolves.
Well, not only the 3rd round, but they keep 2 alive. Not as good as they wanted, really, but very good on the economy. And I have to, once again, highlight Jorko. He obviously gets that first pick on the wide swing. It's pretty difficult, but that kill on the site to Alex, that was a flick. He was holding because of that wraparound where Balani drops the frag. When Nixon relieves the pressure, he flicks back and still finds a way to finish the job. So fast, Jorko able to make it happen. So once again, with that equipment, Smuya bringing out his own op. He wants to see if he can deal with some of these cheeky CTs, but they're jumping through half wall. They spotted him. They should know that that weapon is out there. They shouldn't give him another face like that. Matheos burning to about half. Same for Tapeware, actually. Early utility damage favoring Iberian Soul as they start to push forward. Worried about the op, but it's just Balani up here in the balcony. Op is holding brackets towards Arch side, so Iberian Soul just going to work this one tactically. They're no stranger to the more methodical T side, but they don't usually let the clock run down too late. So without further ado, we should see them start taking more map control. Good flash there for Tapeware, although it does telegraph. Top banana control has been retaken. They start to fall back, taking advantage of how the T's are going to need to slowly re-clear that. Mopaz, it'll be your job, my friend, with only half your health. Bit of a risk to do so in an untradeable position right now, and Jorko posting up. CT spawn entrance to B. This could be huge impact for him. Once again, he's in the right spot 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, he'll welcome them with his scope. The timing could be crucial. Now they're throwing the smokes, and he needs to set up shop, but that's going to take him a while. Finally, he does, but his teammate falls in so does he. That was not good from the Wolves as they were annihilated by the players on the side of Iberian Soul. It seems to be number 5 for the Spaniards as the rest of the CTs are just going to save what they got. Hope they can save it.
And this means no sniper into the next round, Yuba. This is not going to be a spot where Jorko can rebuy his op. they don't have the loss bonus after all that, so that is unfortunate. It has been a bit of a quieter game today for Smooya, although he still is tied for second place on his team for the frags. His AWP not required for this last round. And yeah, just caught in translation trying to toss grenades at each other. But why are you compromising the position from Jorko in order to get the nades over? Why is Matheos not stepping forward? If you got to be doing the nade shuffle, the nade dance, juggling around a couple of those pieces of utility, you got to work together on that. Bad timing. Iberian Soul score a 5th round, and only one isolated CT response since that deco. It's going to be 5 M4s, all silenced, all budget, so that they can get every piece of utility out and save every bit of cash they need. Let's see if the Wolves can respond, because right now it's looking like Iberian Soul could run away with things.
Yeah. Now, this round is crucial for Copenhagen Wolves. Nixon, first point of contact alongside Jorko. That seems to be a solid crossfire, but now the Camps want us strike, and so they do as Davi draws first blood. A few points of damage dealt to Iberian Soul, but they have the control necessary and a +1 at that. Now looking for something. Nixon, Saucel ready and waiting. And he's going to take him out as well. Top banana controlled as well by the Iberian boys. And it's really looking worse for wear for Copenhagen Wolves as they're going to make a risk play towards A. In the meantime, the T's are entering that B bomb site. And it's going to be 6 on the board for them. It's looking really good. Really solid so far.
Very interesting start here on Inferno, and really all down to that deco. I also want to give a little bit of a shout out to Saucel. He obviously holds for the Nixon re-aggression towards Boiler. I feel like the arrival of Smooya as the stand-in, and of course, before that, Stadodo with the AWP, the only non-Spaniard on the squad, replaced by another non-Spaniard in Smooya. The British mercenary plying his trade as the Iberian Soul tease. They're already on the hunt with plenty of cash to splash. Going into the next, they're going to go for this. And Saucel has been their second star player for so long. He's already applying a little bit more pressure. Looks like the Wolves are going to stand their ground. Maybe they'll stay alive, but Matheos has already fallen on the site, and they only keep 2 alive into the next. That's a little bit gutting for Matheos with only 2,900. But in theory, they can still throw around some weapons, and Jorko back on the sniper. Concessions made here, Yuba. Not much utility on Jorko. 2 kits, that's pretty good. But the next round, if it's not a success here and now in round number 10, Iberian Soul will start to run away with things, reset their economy again before the loss bonus can really keep their budget going. Jorko holding.
Yeah. They're looking for that first frag as soon as possible. The problem is with Copenhagen Wolves at the start, they wanted to make a few pushes, get some info at the start of the map rather, and now they're just playing passively. It's like the fear of God got into them, and why not when Saucel only sees your shoulder and takes 49 points of your health bar. Mopo's down to 20 though, so a bit of damage dealt on both sides. Though map control belongs to the Spanish team as Jorko is trying to find something, looking for something with that op. Still not finding anything just yet. Brackets control now fully on the side of Iberian Soul. They want to strike towards A, it seems, and Nixon waiting for a flash. He wants to pounce. Good for one. Not too bad, and Jorko still ready, holding the angle. That off is ready, but not enough for Davi. Not quick enough. Biolani now in trouble. He's going to be pinched by both sides, and the CTs are coming back, but Davi takes care of one. It's a man advantage now for Iberian Soul. Matthias just a little bit too late for the party, though Biolani still holds his ground and his nerve. They know where the CTs are, but they can't take him out so easily. Also takes down both with 6 HP remaining. It's 7 for Iberian Soul on this T side.
Yeah, a bit of a whiff from Smooya there onto the player towards Moto. Not quite able to deal. That was a really tight round. A full house between David and Saucel at the very end of it all. And while Biolani does his best, of course, to hold from the site, When Matheos goes down, there's not much recourse. Didn't have too many more bullets left in the chamber. And look at the force buy. Look at what the Wolves are saying. AWP again for Jorko. Tapeware down at $800. Their next buy will be absolutely disastrous unless it's after a round win. Jorko holding. He hasn't been towards B for very long. Mopo's once again brought down so low. Same thing happened last time around. With only a deagle, Matheos stares down so many players crossing over from arches. It's information. But Nixon... Oh, he's good with the deagle. Barely sees you. Sails you on through.
Look at that. Look at that. The pistols are doing damage. Only 2 now remain. Smooya and Alex not looking good as Alex falls as well. Smooya in 1v4. This is what the Wolves were waiting for. And Smooya, you're not getting out of this, my friend. It's 4 for Copenhagen Wolves. They're fighting back. They still have a little bit of bite left in them. But they're going to need one more round to end this half and be relatively content with the result.
When I was a wee lad, I often wondered which animal would win. A wolf, a tiger. Spoiler, it's a tiger every single time, which is one of the reasons why I think it's fair to say Iberian Soul are favorites. But the Wolves are, as the underdog, quite literally here. Oh, finding some really good impact late in Inferno's first half. Tapeware gonna be forced back with the secondary sniper. Everybody's got a kit. Everybody's got plenty of utility. They score the round win with the lesser guns, and it couldn't have come at a better time. It'll be a slim advantage if Iberian Soul can't convert from this position, and they've already been bruised and battered by so many HEs. Saucelt tries to leave through the window. Steps potentially heard from the defenders so close on brackets. There's certainly room here. But look at the positions of the 2 defenders on B. Matheos kind of baiting for Tapeware's op. Jiggling, getting ready to throw his utility. If he's too slow, it doesn't matter. But he doesn't want to be too early either. When do you left go? There it is.
Utility starts raining in. Smoke down by the CTs. Do the Ts want to go through it? That's the question. They're just going to break it. And Smooya breaks Tapeware Dome. Matheos now alone. He's looking for something.
Here we go.
Finds 2, but not anymore. It's a 3v2. Still a chance for both teams. Bomb is going to get planted, but the smoke is going to get broken. So they're going to have info about one player at least. Smooya trying to save his life, trying to salvage something from this position. Maybe post up elsewhere, and if he does, that could give him a chance.
That's big.
Also relieves pressure by taking care of the banana player. Now both going through ruins, and Saucel already repositioned. So did Smooya. Saucel is taking heads. So many important frags to end this half. 13 for him and 8 for Iberian Soul at the half. This best of 5 is starting quite well for the favorites.
Yeah, Iberian Soul go up 8-4. Last time the Wolves were staring this kind of scoreline down at the end of the half, they had to come all the way back, had one chance in regulation, and dropped it in overtime. That was Dust 2 versus Paravision. If we can see that same level of flame out of them, maybe there's a chance for them in the whole series. But lest we forget, we've got another underdog, you the Chatters. Who's going to win something big? Or at least something. We're about to find out.
Always a chance to win something, and with potential of 5 maps, a few overtimes, why not? There's going to be skins handed out today, starting with a solid-looking USP. Congrats to Frizzy as he gets the Jawbreaker. Enjoy it, use it, click a few heads in those pistol rounds.
Yeah, they call it the Jawbreaker for a reason. That's how we started things off here on this series, Tapeware with the 3K. Getting a little bit of action from Matheos with 2. In this last round, it was certainly something to watch. I mean, you think about the way that Wolves started that off. HE damage killing a player. That doesn't usually happen on Inferno. Usually what you'll see is the grenade protocols helping you out a little bit earlier just by softening players up at best. But now Smooya Aim dueling Glocks from bedroom to bridge. Saucel up here for the defense. Nixon could push at any time. Him and Bolani doubling up. Oh, a little bit wide there is Saucel. And the duelie's offered over. Now the rotations come on through. Wolves looking for a pistol round here to start their comeback, and they're already out apartments. Alex, you need to be doing a bit better than that. Only the one kill, but Smooya will bring us back into a 3v3.
Oh, just shut down by Bilani's dualies. Those picked up dualies did damage. Davi G goes through the smoke, finds absolutely nothing, rather finds one, but now he's in a pickle and he's going to take it down. It's 5 for the Wolves as they strike back. That pistol round was imperative for them, and they took it really personally. They took it literally. Alex, a few whiffs here and there led to this round being so much more difficult for his team.
Yeah, and I think Davi G thought he would have the kill on the bomb planter way sooner, so didn't end up happening. Not good enough for it. Davi G going to be sporting that Mag 7. We know where he's going with it. Question is, what about these two MP9s? What about the 5.7 and the Deagle? Only 3 smokes on their person. Iberian Soul are going to be trying to slow things down, cause a little bit of chaos as Top Banana is set up for Davi G's success. Oh, he'll see Tapeware, but revealing it, the jumping shot and through the smoke. Oh, put that on your VHS and rewind it. Tapeware dropped early. We've got 2 defenders already rotating towards A. It's only Mopaz to stay garrisoned on B. Maybe it's a good move as the Wolves, they're trying to get flashed in. Smooya, the smoke breaks, but he's not able to pounce. Only bringing Nixon down a half HP. Is it enough to set up for the defense?
Let's see if the defense has what it takes. That HE will soften up Saucel, and Davi G taken down. Now trouble looms. Saucel finds one. Alex, he's isolated. He's in trouble, and he's alone. Versus 3, not a chance. It's 6 for the Wolves. For a moment there, it seemed dangerous as Iberian Soul found that first frag. And Smooya, well, nice try. Trying to find something through that smoke. In the end, really didn't help his team a bit. Now only a 2-round advantage for the Spanish team, and they might be in a disadvantageous position should they lose that first gun round.
Yeah, still to come. Pistols only. Wolves have actually won both pistols, and the scoreline is still not in their favor. Just to put it into perspective, guys, it has been a rough start for them. Tapeware gonna be on the receiving end of some of that aggression. Mopaz just plucked out of the air. Oh, okay. Well, Jorko gets traded back. Tapeware has almost no health. Still finds a kill. I don't know how that's possible. But rather than holding for the bottom of Banana and making sure that that AK doesn't get picked up, we are going to see the bomb go towards A. Now the defenders kind of peel off. This feels dangerous.
Yeah. Just gonna take the guns. Save it for the next. I mean, they could send Davi G into a hunt, maybe search for a rifle, at least get an extra $600 should he find a kill with that MAC-10. Of course, Smooya not even near any danger. He wants to take that AK to the next round. They might even have an
I was a little bit worried, though, Luba. You think about the way that the bomb was going down solo on the site. That's whatever. They've already accounted for all the players. But the other 2 on the side of Wolves started peeling over towards mid, and all I could start to think of was that recovered AK-47 doing damage through walls or just down range. It will be cleaned up, so that's a good find. Davi G only going to be able to bring in a MAC-10 for free. Maybe he'll toss that over towards Alex. But the op is coming out. Full buy here and a tactical timeout. The first that Iberian Soul are taking. Not because they need to talk over their purchase, but because they want to figure out what their protocols are going to be. Remember, this is Smooya with standing in for this roster as the opper. Where's he going to go? Had a miraculous start yesterday. Instrumental in the 2-0 dismantling of none other than Team Nexus, the reigning Galaxy Battle champions.
No.
And it was overtime on this
for
map.
Just a few more maps, right?
Yeah, that's right. We'll crown a new one soon enough.
All right. Iberian Soul trying to get back into it as they've lost the first 3 rounds of the second half. It was quite convincing, that first half, even though, as you mentioned, they lost the pistol and the force buy. They managed to win only with Deagles in that round number 3. Now, of course, on a buy. Let's see what they can do. Smooya fires away. At least his position confirmed. Matthews goes around
this
smoke,
is ratty.
looks for something and finds the head of Alex. Now trouble for the player inside the smoke. Can Mopos do something when that smoke fades? They are on the lurk, on the prowl, and the pack of wolves is rotating back, but Mopos still a threat. Not gonna go over that wall, rather next to it, finds one, and a lot of damage dealt to Jorko. No trade happening. Davi G away from the action. He's going to tuck himself to that site and hope that the Wolves will go back to B, but not going to happen just yet. Time is their friend for the time being, at least. As they have a man advantage, and one more as Salsol hits the deck. Davi G on 20 HP, and now they know that A is probably clear. They're just going to walk into it and get that round. Get the... Also the equalizer. Get themselves to number 8.
Yeah. Yeah, really good round out of the Wolves. It feels like they were struggling a little bit from Mopaz's lurk smoke. He just released a little bit. Oh, David G's dead to rights here. He's so dead. Not even being looked at. They're hunting down Smooya's op as well. I don't know if he's a religious man, but he is certainly praying right now. In that under construction cathedral, he is sweating it out, hoping that he doesn't get bopped on the very last moment here. The timing missed. Now he hears him. Needs to do more than that. Oh, it's all over for him. Tie game. And in pretty dominant fashion, it must be said. That was a essentially a team ace, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, this is where things got really squirrely in the round. Mopaz just kind of waiting. He released a few bursts just so that they knew there was a CT right next to them. Wasn't quite enough for him to get anything done there. Gets the 1 frag and traded after Jorko's damage. Thought maybe he'd be good for 2. That would have changed things up a little bit, but in the mid-round, the Wolves, they knew exactly where to go, exactly what buttons to push. Now they're coming with pace. Smooya has another op. I don't know if they expected that. The MP9 accepting these 2 MAC-10s, but it's the AKs that get it done, and Smooya is going to need to be going nuclear here. The timing not favoring him once again. That's 2 rounds in a row. He had an opportunity to left click. Were it not for a split second. Here we go.
Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that! Well, that's special from Salsol as he cleans up with the 5-7. That was beautiful. That was pretty, and that saved them. Smooya, he couldn't hit the important shots, missed the timing towards long, but Salsol is on fire in this game. 19 frags, or rather 18 frags, sorry, in 17 rounds. That's the numbers you want to see.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was their second best player, their steady hand, their star rifler. Behind Stododo, of course, when it comes to who was first best. But sometimes they think that the op is cheating when it comes to the rating, when it comes to the fragging. Needs to be impactful, and Smooya, bit of a quieter match from him. He's been given the resources. This will be the 3rd round in a row he has a sniper in his hands. Didn't have to reinvest into it this time. Salsol with just a 5-7 showed us how it's done. And the Wolves back on a bye, but if they don't get the bomb plant down, they won't have another one in the next. It'll be scrappy. It'll be a force if they want to invest. They seem to be targeting the better site, the weaker site. A only has 2 defenders. It's Alex who's going to have to rotate over, and the money is not there for them in the next either, unless they save. Wolves have to tie us up yet again.
Oh, yeah. Smooya, first point of contact. Easy. Ready with that op. This time, easy frag onto Mateus. As he finds the opening for his team, Iberian Soul. They started fighting back, finally, after losing 4 in a row at the beginning of this second half. Getting that miraculous round courtesy of Salsol. Now, let's see what he's got. Missed shot, good flash. The attack commences. The rotate came in, but only by one player. Smooya under duress. He can't do anything.
Oh.
Mopos and Alex find frag. Smooya is dead, but it's a two-man advantage. Mopos doesn't need to fight this. He can only wait for the cavalry to arrive, and he's going to do just that. The Wolves, they're going to have to find the next frag, relieve some of the stress they are under, and Tapeware will do just that. One more to go on Banana, but so little HP on Tapeware. David G just waiting while his teammates want to get to the site. Jorko with the missed shot. His position now known. The player on Banana will start to crawl, though Tapeware finds the kill. The defuse is coming in. Only 7 HP and already guarded by an offensive position from Mopos. That will be enough for the 10th round. Double digits hit by Iberian Soul.
Oh, he was so hoping that would have been an incendiary. Something that would give him a look, and even a flashbang would have been more useful than the HE there. It would have been a miraculous clutch from Tapeware on no health to speak of versus 2 rifles, all down to Jorko's whiff out of ruins, and he knows it. He was the most consistent player for Copenhagen Wolves yesterday, and today has not looked his usual self. So back in Tech 9s, forget about ops, forget about rifles. Copenhagen Wolves have to do it with pistols in round 19. They are trailing by 2. Iberian Soul's opening map pick in this best of 5 looks like it'll be locked in unless this attack with pace can overwhelm the defenders. There's 3 here. There's 3 here. They've got everything they need as the rifle sprays come in. It's a clean sweep. 11 rounds.
Oh, that was pretty. Good positioning from the CTs as they just awaited those pistols and knocked them down. No chance for that scrappy-looking pack of wolves to get to the site. And 2 rounds left to go for Iberian Soul to get into that 1-map lead. Don't forget, it's a best of 5, 3 maps necessary to claim the title of Phase 3.
Yeah, crowning a new champion today. So hats off to Team Nexus for getting all the way in to the semifinals to try to defend. Oh, speaking of a defense, looked like maybe Alex had that, but traded, and now Bavani on to Smooya. I already heard the chat. NS probably. Trying to congratulate for a nice shot. Alex! Oh, he's caught on the way back. Now a 3v2. And the line of scrimmage thoroughly broken. These are those dirty mid rounds, the broken rounds.
Can't really expect anything from them, can you? David G, next point of contact, not going to find anything. And that was important. He should have found a multi-kill, but what's the plan here? Are they going to go towards B? That's the question. Sasso, thankfully for the Wolves, is not committing. Now his steps are heard, and he has no idea. Now he knows what's going on. That flip was juicy, but now they're going back to A site. What is this madness, Pronogo?
This is the Copenhagen Wolves doing their patented go A, then go B, then go back A move. They did this a few times on their T sides, rotating with and flirting with all the sites on the map multiple times in the same round, and Sasso spotted out with an AWP. It's not his usual weapon to ply his trade. Dodges the flash. Jorko might swing on him pretty soon here. They're going to try to do it together, and even though it's not quite the same level, Nixon will finish him off. Too busy entertaining that peek out of pit. And you can tell it's Bilani dropping that baits him into that next move. That baits him into going for this 1 versus 3 with the first found. A tactical timeout once more. The Wolves are creeping up at the door. Only 2 rounds, and you got one more buy in you. You got one more buy in you. Let's see if Iberian Soul can put some more distance between them and their opponents.
Counter-Strike Source. That's a title screen I haven't seen for a while.
I can't claim to have played it a lot, but the last time I did, it was with a lady.
Oh, seriously?
Owned, nerds.
Oh, I played back in my day. All right. 2 rounds left to go for Iberian Soul to win the map. 2 rounds for Copenhagen Wolves to tie things up in map number 1. And we said that in all theory, it should be a relatively one-sided final. So far, Not happening as the Wolves are biting. They still have some bite left in them. And it was a miraculous run so far by them. Ooh, a lot of damage dealt. Tapeware down to 55. Still, of course, battle ready. And the side of the Wolves is just taking control of the map.
Iberian Soul with top banana control. They've got forward brackets positions with Daviji holding for that arch rotation if he needs to go back to B. Instead, it looks like it'll be Alex. Hold on. It looks like it'll be Mopaz. They are gambling everybody over towards the A-bomb site. Their top banana control held for so long, and they re-smoke at the bottom with Saucel's opening, finishing what Alex started over on banana. Now, the audible gets called. Copenhagen Wolves are going to storm on to the B site. They've missed the CT smoke. They've got more where that came from. All they can do is use it to clear the pool position, and I don't think Mopaz would be in this position had that CT smoke been put down to begin with. Now boosted up onto the flower pot. Let's see if he's got it. Balani, blind spray. He's going to be handled by Alex. Is this going to be the heartbreaker? They chose the right site, but at the wrong time.
Oh, another boost, and Daviji finds the frag. Bomb not planted just yet, and they can't really plant it until they find another kill, and they're looking for it, trying to bait them out. Nixon taken down, and Jorko has no chance. It's going to be 3 map points for the Spaniards.
You know that's a point where TeamSpeak just erupts with nice at the end of that round for Iberian Soul. A lot of pressure, even in these last few moments. It looks easy for them, but man, that was really tense. And now with no bomb plant, the Copenhagen Wolves have to take their last tactical timeout, burn it, and know that if they want to win Inferno, it has to be in overtime. Now you start asking questions. Do we have the gusto, the energy to burn in this position? Are we able to go extra rounds and fight for every single map in this series? You have to be. You have to be. A Galil, a MAC-10. We'll see the other buys come in, but it's likely to be pistols. Knowing what they've got, maybe Tapeware can pull out the secondary Galil, and he does. This could be the last round. Any of these 3 that are left in regulation could be the last round. And the force buys out of the Copenhagen Wolves have not looked nearly as good. You remember the Tech 9 round last time? It was a clean sweep in favor of the Soul. Iberian Soul, that is, finding their first posts. And now holding this aggression with a boost towards half wall. Alex and Mopaz, they're going to try it. They're going to try it.
Oh. That's the start. Alex now under duress as the T's want to claim him, but he's collecting frags as he finds the double on top banana. Daviji already rotated, but he should not die. He knows that it's imperative for himself to survive as his teammates will try and rotate back. It's a 3v2. They are still in a good position as the Wolves have not yet got to the site. And ooh, that's a timing and a half as Saucel is creeping towards banana. Will they expect him? Will Biolani even look back as Nixon is already on the site looking for something, not finding it? And Saucel, there you go. He finds the penultimate kill. Only Nixon remains. Trying to salvage this round, but with 16 HP remaining, not going to happen. That HE will soften him up a little bit. Taking 4 HP left from him.
He gets the cross.
And the bomb is not on his back. He needs to find something and find it. He won't. That's the first map for Iberian Soul as they collect one of their picks. They are leading in this best of 5.
It always feels like a slim lead when you go up 1-0, but it's how the best of 5 starts out. It's how the journey begins in our grand final, with Iberian Soul looking like heavy favorites, especially when you look at the odds, especially when you look at the fan vote. Pretty much everybody has the Spanish dominant team as the favorites to win this one. Copenhagen Wolves gave a good accounting of themselves on this map. It's not one that we saw yesterday out of them, so good to see the depth required to take a best of 5. We're going to go to Ancient for map number 2, and it's going to be a different story, you see, because this is a map where both teams did look dominant. We have some data to work with here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Very, very good performance out of Saucel there. Kind of picking up the slack. Smooya, we thought, would just perform to his level from yesterday. He's cooled off a little bit by comparison, but there's still plenty more room for him to show up.
Oh yeah, and I mean Inferno is not really an opera's paradise, so he's gonna have better opportunities at the maps that are gonna arrive, of course, throughout this best of five. That's the first map of today. There's still a lot of Counter-Strike left to be played in this grand final, and Iberian Soul 1-0 up. We're gonna go on to a short break, and we'll be back with map number 2.
Oh, you thought this was a game, huh? Oh, you slept, you missed the range, huh? I don't switch sides, still the same, huh? 101 is for my name, huh? Told you this is not a game. Done playing, time to live up to my name. Cuss them off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace. In my lane, go time, sun or rain. Oh, you thought this was a game? This is not a game. It started 15, big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming. Put that work and I achieve it. If it's bad vibes, then I leave it. If it's good, then let me see it. Connected with the heavens, ducking punches from these demons. Oh Lord, I speak my truth long as I'm breathing. My best move was investing, now it doubles when I'm sleeping. Life is like a ring, take some punches, leave you bleeding, leave you bruised, beaten, but I'm still never conceding. You thought this was a game, huh? Oh, you slept, you missed the range, huh? I don't switch sides, still the same, huh? 101 is for my name, huh? Told you this is not a game. Done playing, time to live up to my name. Cuss them off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace. In my lane, go time, sun or rain. Oh, you thought this was a game? This is not a game. 24/7, 247. Still get my 8 in. Was never mad if they win. Lace up my shoes and weigh in. Went out and I stayed in. Burnt out so I came in. For me the vision made sense. For them I told them patience. Now I'm done waiting, time to get it done, time to get it shaking. Started from the basement, knew I was the one. Now we on top of skyscrapers. $100 steak, still my paper plated. Gotta stay humble, 10 toes down, gotta stay motivated. Knock, knock, who's there? Another coming in, stack say, tuck high. So save a little to spend, what, where, how, when. They ask, I show and tell, turn L's to a win. I really thought this was a game, huh? Oh, you slept, you missed the range, huh? I don't switch sides, still the same, huh? 101 is for my name, huh? Told you this is not a game. Done playing, time to live up to my name. Cuss them off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace. In my lane, go time, sun or rain. Oh, you thought this was a game? This is not a game.
We was young, I'm looking back on how life used to be. You were mine and I was yours, I feel like you glued to me. Ripped apart my heart in two, I gave it for you to keep. Broken pieces all over the ground, I'm losing sleep. Take me back to how it used to be. We all say that, but the past always seem to play these tricks with me. Suffocate and need room to breathe. Take me back to how it used to be. And that just been the way the story goes. Everything that shine ain't gold. Always find my way to make it home. But all on my own. And that just been the way the story goes. Everything that shine ain't gold. Always find my way to make it home. But all on my own. You said you needed space, so I gave you space. Life's a movie now, I feel like Vinny Chase. But when behind the scenes, that's when I unweave. When you not with me, not as fun as it seems. My friends think that I'm dumb, but they not cool with me. Like you cool with me, so who are they to preach? Yeah, I made mistakes, we haven't talked in weeks. Said I need inner peace, but look at what you did to me. Sometimes when I'm with you, I don't really wanna be here. But when you gone from me, I'm sad you disappear. What's going on with me? I'm playing both sides. You said I'm dead to you, it's feeling like we both died. How did we get so far? We're swimming on the shallow side. Floated off way too far, I'm drifting with no paddle. I need you to save me, but you kill me at the same time. It's like a drug, when I withdraw, I need the same high. Cause without it, I'm a mess. And I don't wanna start again. But it's way better than feeling like this. And that just been the way the story goes. Everything that shine ain't gold.
You know, in a lot of places around the world, it is literally an inferno, but inferno is now
Oh, yeah.
past us, and we are gone from the heat. At least for now, we go to Ancient, which I guess is a little bit more humid. You know, it is tropical Aztec style, but we will say here this should be an even closer affair on paper, because this is a map that is comfortable for both of our squads here in this grand final. Iberian Soul are up 1-0, 13-9 was the scoreline, but even that doesn't really tell the full story. Close games, in many ways, won by a Deagle 4 spy in the very third round that broke the streak that Iberian Soul's opponents, Copenhagen Wolves, were trying to foment. Liuba and I are here to once again bring you the action and Ancient. Our players are already getting warmed up on. This should be an opportunity for the Copenhagen Wolves to bite back.
Well, let's see what bite they have in them, as don't forget, Iberian Soul is yet to lose a map in this competition. Of course, they joined us when the playoffs started, so they didn't really have a lot of Counter-Strike to play, but they managed to win all of their best of 3 so far in a 2-0 fashion. It's a best of 5, so you can expect it to drop a map. But the thing is, Pronogo, this could be one of the most crucial maps of this best of 5. You that actually gets the win in that second map has that momentum, has that mental advantage, especially if they're coming off of winning map number 1. So Ancient is going to be quite important for both sides, more so, of course, for Copenhagen Wolves, as they want to get back into things, not be in a position where you need to find a reverse sweep to win the final. That's not something that happens often in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you're right about that. So let's see if the Wolves can avoid such a fate, going down 2-0 in the very first moments of this best of 5 would certainly be a crushing blow for the underdogs. And they did give a good accounting of themselves on Inferno. It was close. Very easily could have been double digits. Very easily could have been overtime. Now, it'll be Iberian Soul defending Ancient from Wolves. Their own map pick. They've elected to take this one in. And look at that. Alex already opened things up, but they saw multiple players burn up in Cave with Jorko and Nixon combining to the entry. This should be an easy one laid up for them. And Mopaz gets nothing. Not until a little bit later. He clears Cave completely. And wow, a 3K out of him. Locking Cave player into a 1 versus 3. The flank is on and the defuse is in. We've got a pistol round win for Iberian Soul, finally.
That looked really good from them. It seemed like we're gonna go off the back, of course, Inferno, where Iberian Soul lost both pistols, still managed to win the map. Now, winning a pistol in such a fashion when they lose the sight, lose the advantage, and still off the back of a Mopo's 3K, after whiffing more than a few shots, they actually get that round. That was really good. And always when I see a P2K, I'm asking myself, is that really the better gun? Mopo said absolutely yes, as he found 3 domes to collect. A forced buy for the Copenhagen Wolves, as it's not really looking too good. They only have 1 rifle in their hands. Maybe they want to pick up pace, but David behind the smoke waits for 1, and there's Smooya on the trade, finds another as he doubles up on mid. Tapeware should take care of him and take his M4 as well. Still, a man advantage for the Soul, and Jorko gets the dink onto Alex. Can he find something more? Mopo's in trouble. Not checked, not challenged, as he takes care of one and the other to get the second round for Iberian Soul.
Just more frags for Mopo's there. A 2K at the end. He's up to 5 in 2 rounds. And that was versus a force buy. I mean, they were as equipped as they wanted to be. They made the decisions about which guns to take. And unfortunately, Tapeware just didn't have the wherewithal to try to trade Jorko out. I feel like that is a decision that you don't typically see out of a more restrained and well-drilled T-side, to have somebody entering into cave when the other player is rotating through the short position and not even thinking. You could tell he wasn't even thinking about going for the trade. David G, 1 point of health to his name after that. But it is just Deagles. And a Tech 9 side of the Wolves.
That's what we said in round number 3 of the previous map, and that's where Iberian Soul got their first, just off the back of Deagles. So let's not count out the Wolves just yet, but is it looking good in this round? Of course, definitely not.
Saving grace is David G's low HP, but he's only on the MP9 anyway. Not the big threat of the round. Guess if you're worrying about the money, maybe you could say he is. You want to make sure to take out the farmer before you get rid of everybody else. Looks like now it's Alex's turn to be the first point of contact, and this is an angle that's very dirty. The crossfire setup from Smooya, who is going to be there to drop the first player if he needs to. Jorko finally paves the way, but David G getting a frag on such little HP is criminal. And the last defender of the Wolves saw the pack cut down before his very eyes. It's a 3rd in a row. Iberian Soul very happy with how Ancient is starting off. Remember, this is their opponent's map pick, and they absolutely annihilated Team Nexus on this yesterday. It was not close. In fact, it was an even easier affair for them than Copenhagen Wolves against Paravision was for the other grand finalist here. We'll take a moment to breathe as Jorko is shouldering the big green. AWP brought into this round for only one side of the map, the T side. Smooya does not have the money to purchase up the AWP himself. But after the reset, actually, we're getting the match medic on this one. We might see a little bit of a cheeky move. Yeah, Alex actually just drops it over. Okay. We get an op duel in round 4. That's exactly what we want to see. These first rifle rounds don't always feature snipers on both sides. It's funny because that's just how scrappy CS2 can be, but we are going to get a little bit of op v op action here on Ancient.
It's going to be fun. Let's see if Smooya can start hitting his shots. That map number 1 was not the cleanest for him, even though his team got the victory. That was basically off the back of Salsal going nuclear in some rounds, really destroying the opposition with rifles and with pistols as well. But now the op might be a necessity for the side of Iberian Soul. Same as for the Wolves. Let's see what's going to happen in this one. Unable to take mid control. Very little control gathered by Copenhagen Wolves, though the A side unguarded as of yet. And it is often the case that the T's early send a player towards A just because they know that it's scarcely guarded. Not going to be the case just yet, as they are waiting for the right time to pounce towards mid, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Ooh, that's nice from Mopo's. Bialani did not stand a chance destroyed through the wall. And that's a +1 for the Soul.
Yeah, remember, there's not that much utility on the side of the Wolves, despite their full buy. So they don't have HEs to break smokes, to be checking cave. They don't want to announce their presence in such a default spot. And Saucel in red room. Oh, he's even going to dodge out, jiggling. It'll be the Glock to clear him before Smooya gets the trade onto his Opper. On the other side of the map, we've got Nixon pouncing on A. Set it's off in the case. Well, Tapeware, he's caught in the middle. That's the bomb down, courtesy of Mopaz's rifle. And with only 25 points of health, a quarter of a man here. He'll be cut down surely by Alex. The swing is in. Nice and easy, as you like. Iberian Soul running the table on the Wolves right now. And I do want to double-click a little bit on how this round started. I mean, obviously, credit to Mopaz with the spray. That opens things up to Balani. Makes the Wolves' job that much harder on the other side of the map. They can make so much less mistakes. But if you already have low utility, it makes total sense to abscond from the middle position and maybe think a little bit more about going towards A, where you know there's going to be less counterplay via utility specifically. So let's watch what the Wolves end up doing, because that's an interesting game plan that not even the top teams always do. And here we go. It is going to be a storm in the A site with just a half fight, just pistols with some armor. Davigi struggling to track through the smoke, through the flash. He'll be the first casualty, and look at that. Oh, look at that spray. Right. Saucel equalizing.
That's well done. Smooya through the smoke takes care of Yolani. They barely saw a CT. The one they did see, they took care of him, but through the smoke, the CTs are just annihilating them. Jorko got his hands on an M4, but no Kevlar. And already a player right behind him as Mopos is on the prowl. That's going to be a freebie. And Matthias, there's nothing he can do. It's 5 for the Soul, and the Spaniards are blazing on this second map. What's dangerous for Copenhagen Wolves? When you check the statistics, their T side is actually statistically better than their CT side. And you really don't want to give their opponents so much of a lead at the beginning of this one.
This is supposed to be where the Copenhagen Wolves do their best work. This is where they ran the table on Paravision just yesterday. So they have to be asking themselves what's going wrong. It's 5-0 already as a start, on a streak, on fire, as middle is as well. Mateos is already crossed. Are they going to check this position? The flashes are so good to keep him at an arm's length, and Nixon comes out for the trade. Saucel only able to get one. A little bit of damage to Tapeware as well. Bomb set up on the back of Jorko. He's holding for the A aggression, and Balani on the prowl over towards B short. He even clears house for Mopaz. This 2v4 does not look like Iberian Soul's 6th round. Oh!
There you go.
Mateos head on a swivel. The human turret clears Alex, and it's just the op, the British mercenary, to try to stave off another round, a first round for the Wolves. And I was just really trying to think about how exactly we were going to see him get anything done in this series. He started off quite well, but that's it. That's a wrap. His hot streak also comes to an end, and they talk over the op. I like the hesitation there. They're confirming it.
But unfortunately for Smooya, I was just going to say they're heading straight for him. Unable to hit that first shot. That could have given him a chance, a little bit of breathing room, bit of space to at least keep hold of the sniper. That did not happen. That's the first on the board for the Wolves. Already attack pause, though, for Iberian Soul. They don't like what happened in that previous round. I don't like it either. As Matthias got himself in a really good position really early, got 2 frags, got another one towards Red Room. Really did a lot for his team in this one, but can't really hope for heroic plays every time in order to win the round.
Yeah, B hopping out middle. I can already hear the music playing. Exactly how he got all the way burrowed in. Instead, it'll be a little bit of a slower pace, although he's already on a tear straight out towards that position, but he knows the response is coming in. They want the utility. They want the control. Iberian Soul have it, and Smooya, from the short, from the shelf, clears Balani immediately. Saucel burrowed in. It's time for his multi-kill. Oh, only good for the one. Nixon trades.
Yeah, but that's good enough. 3v4 is a solid situation for the CTs. Tapeware wants to take care of Mopos, and he will. Alex a bit slow on the swing, unable to save his teammate, unable to find the trade, and that's an interesting boost, though not going to pay dividends as they dropped from it quite early. So Alex is going to be tested, it seems, towards B. They back to A. Let's see if they can sniff out which site is the one less guarded.
Yeah, there's no power weapon here on the side of Iberian Soul. They do not have the sniper. That's on the back of Jorko, the only one in the round. Copenhagen Wolves looking for a second on the board. First one was cleaner. This one takes a little bit more work. Remember, the only tactical timeout we've seen so far has been out of the CT side. Despite the 5-0 start, hot streak is halted. Donut smoked. Rotation starting to be pulled. 20 seconds left on the clock. They slow walked all the way towards A main. Tapeware trying to see what he can do. Oh, no. Incendiary whiffed. Spray not connecting. Jorko set up. They're going for this. Oh, they're going for it. All right.
Yeah, but they're not finding anything. CT retake halted as Jorko was quick on that op, and Daviji knows this round is done. It is dusted. It is the second one for the Wolves, as we're seeing signs of life. Let's not get too carried away. It looks solid, but still a lot more work left to be done for this T side for them to be happy.
The Copenhagen Wolves really enjoy moving towards one site and basically having full site control, and then going to the other side of the map. And I'm trying to piece together what their game plan is because of that, because it's an interesting choice from Tapeware as the IGL of the squad to constantly be calling that. There's something that they appreciate about it, something that they enjoy about it. And I also have to wonder myself, the way that you see the Wolves go for that kind of play, it very often kneecaps any attempt at saving. Because where do you normally save? You save on the other side of the map. It's a question mark that you've got to answer. And now, with 3 pistols, Tapeware is going to try to go for a bit of a farming mission. Unfortunately, not able to get the frag. So that's a Mac 10 given over, not the end of the world. Big ups towards B, though.
And again, Saucel with the 5-7. Looks pretty good on it. We saw that brilliant play on Inferno. Alex, I think he touched that smoke just a little bit. I don't think that really changed where he's going to land completely. Yeah. And the attack commences towards B, but the CTs made a quick rotate towards long. Should have stayed in their positions, maybe. Smuya on the boost. That HE is going to be meaty, and they're going to get blown up, blown away. Mopo's unable to do anything. And the CTs halted, destroyed, and taken care of on the site. Only Daviji and Saucel remain, hoping to find the next frag. Not going to happen just yet, as the bomb is planted and the T's have control of the site. The defensive players need to pull back and save what they got. Is going to be 3 for the Wolves. And similar situation like on Inferno. Iberian Soul gets into a lead, and Copenhagen Wolves managed to fight back and get a few rounds on the board just so the lead is not too convincing. What is he going to do? What is he going to try? He does not have a kit. For a moment there, I was worried because I saw the smoke on Saucel. He was just looking for a gun. Unable to find one. He's just going to keep that Mac 10.
Not the gun he wanted to be bringing into the next round, but it's the gun he's got. Tapeware going down just ends up being a momentary hiccup. All part of the plan, he says. 5-3. Copenhagen Wolves, you're right, are on the comeback. They are bringing it closer. I really was hoping for their sake, for the underdog's sake, for the sake of the viewers watching this grand final, that they would have a little bit of a better time on Ancient. They would get off to a really hot start. I mean, you already talked about the statistics. Just from what we've seen of them in this tournament, their T-side runs the table on so many squads. They're finding heavy resistance from Iberian Soul. Not as easy as they thought.
Regarding the statistics, the reason their T-side is better is because they're the ones picking Ancient, right? And they're the ones that, of course, start on that T side. So if they win the map, theoretically at least, they're going to win more rounds in the first half, right? Especially if they win the map convincingly.
Yeah, fair dues there. I will point out the problem with their CT side typically tends to be that they will get ahead in the half and then maybe think a little bit about those force buys when they shouldn't. Maybe they don't quite have the killer instinct in the same way to finish the job. So we might get forced to see a little bit more of their CT side unless they run the table in the rest of this half as we wait to get back into things for round 9. Inferno, obviously a very close fought affair. And Nuke up next. We are guaranteed those 3 maps. And yet to see Iberian Soul with Smooya on Nuke. We had an opportunity yesterday if Team Nexus had won in overtime on Inferno. Would have been an opportunity indeed to test the British mercenary and the Iberian Soul lineup in that respect, but it was not to be. If Copenhagen Wolves can extend play in the series, we go to Mirage, and Anubis is our decider. Mouth-watering opportunity for a full set in this best of 5. See as we get back into things, if that's really what's going to be coming at us. Saucel on the swing. Oh, narrowly misses out versus Nixon. They spotted each other. And it turns out those cave and mid duels not really turning into anything in particular, but most of the utility already drained. Look at Nixon's position. He catches David G boosting. Saucel already dropped. It's a very quick rotation from Alex. That's probably going to catch him by surprise. So the trade is in for that, but he needs to multi-frag here. He needs to multi-frag as Mopaz goes down elsewhere.
Yeah, and Alex cut off by that smoke. Can't do anything toward his site. Even had he bursted through that smoke, that wouldn't have done a lot. And that was well done by the Wolves as they get another one on the board. Seemed to be a convincing lead by Iberian Soul, and that lead has all but melted. That will be just a one-round advantage for them, and it seems that Copenhagen Wolves are really doing well on this T side, even though it didn't really start so well for them.
No, it was not a good start at all. But you know, if Ancient goes the way of the Wolves, maybe Iberian Soul's chances for the 3-0 were all just a mirage. Get it? Because we'll go to Mirage.
Oh, yeah.
If we get to 4 maps. Yeah. You get it.
Yeah, thanks for explaining it. Alrighty. Both teams on a good buy. Of course, when it comes to the Wolves, they have enough money basically for the rest of the half. Iberian Soul, they are sort of in that reset machine. Every round they lose on a buy, they sort of need to go eco in the next.
Yeah. Oh, just another reason why it's important to save. David G throwing caution to the wind through fire and flames. Found himself a timing on the mid push, but you can see the concession is short. Alex playing very passive. They don't have anybody to contest with, but they don't know that on the Iberian Soul side. A heavy alien, an interesting little audible here in the defense. They've lost so many rounds because of these A pivots from the Wolves that they are trying their best to accept it ahead of time. Smooya waiting for this come out. He's in the right spot for the first frag. Just needs to dodge these flashes. But look at that. The Wolves sniff it out. They're not ready for it yet. A minute on the clock. They'll rotate over towards mid. That's a whiff.
Now what you want?
Yeah. Aim labs are one thing, but maybe get back into the lineup machine. It's only Saucel to hold them from Red Room. Smoke will be out for him.
That's info. He's not going to watch Red Room for a while, and Smooya quick on that op shot gives his team an advantage. Now they want to go towards B. That's going to be their final destination. It is lightly guarded. Players are playing it passive. Few missed shots, and Jorko posted up with that op. Seen from CT and tags Smooya down to 40. Now the repeat. Smooya hits. It's a two-man advantage, and the T's, they don't have the time. They need to start planning this bomb. It's less than 10 seconds on the clock, and Owen Butterfield takes another flick. The bomb is going to get planted, but too little, too late, as Matthews is on mission impossible, but he's going to make it possible as he collects 2 heads, 3 kills for him, and looking for the 4K, looking for the clutch, and might find and now knows where Davi G is, but running out of bullets. That's what's going to cost him, and that's what's going to cost his team of getting to the tied result.
Wow, so close there at the final hurdle, the 1v3, the human turret. Matthews, we've heard so much about this guy, the latest prospect to join the Wolves, and damn, was he close. Salivating, licking your lips. You can already feel the mouth closing in around the jawbone, but not quite able to make it happen. And this is off the back of 2 very important kills from Smooya, both hard shots, both based on mechanics. The first a swing, the second a flick. If he performs just a little bit less, if he whiffs even one of those shots, that's a comfortable Wolves victory. Instead, it was almost a miraculous clutch. Running out of steam against the last one. They're going to storm the gates onto B. Not give him an opportunity this time. Daviji cut down early, turning away from the flash, but they're softened up so much. The sprays are good. The defense is crumbling. It's now a 2v2.
Oh, Saucel, he wants to fight. He wants to get the frag as soon as possible. He knows that at least one player is tagged up. Smooya rotated as well. Bomb not planted just yet, and now they want to cut it short. Not going to happen, though, but they know that one player is still on the site. As Biolani did not have anywhere to go so far. Now dancing around the site, seen by Saucel and escaping as well. Still a 2v2 that Nate is going to break the smoke, but not the one behind it. And the smoke is going to give Jorko a little bit of space to fight, a little bit of room to maneuver. Smoke now in cave. Jorko isolated, and he's going to die. Now Biolani, such little HP, but catches the head of Saucel through the smoke. And this is so messy. No more time. How has this happened? It's 5 for the Wolves.
They can still go for a tie half. Okay, Wolves. Biolani goes down with a ship, but that is a very, very good hold in the 2v2. All down to Biolani's kill from Cave. Through smoke to trade. It looked like an impossible one to do. Just based on timing. He has to reload almost immediately after that. Truly miraculous, but they get it over the line this time. Back-to-back clutches. Matthews queued up one. Biolani will finish the job on the second. And here we go. A scrappy buy in the final round of the half for Iberian Soul. They've got a FAMAS, they've got an MP9, and they barely have any utility to speak of. The opening op shot missed by Jorko. Might have been an opportunity. Might have just been chasing ghosts. But it's a heavy B presence this time around, and they have 2 defenders on A on the other side of the map. If this is a take with any sort of pace, the Wolves, they could absolutely butcher this defense. Watch out, Iberian Soul.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Okay.
Can they catch the player off guard? The answer, oh, that was close. But no cigar. Oh, there you go. Mopos can't really overstay your welcome if you're Jorko in that position. Seen by the jump spot, and Mopos with the freebie. Saucel pretty deep. And they have all the intel necessary to stop this approach. Let's see if the T's can get to the site. That's going to relieve some of the pressure as Alex hits the deck. Matthews, no chance against that crossfire. Tapeware, next point of contact, tagged up. Yolani dead as well. 1 by 1. This pack of Wolves is smaller, but Tapeware still has his teeth ready to get sunk into the CTs, though Tapeware now dead, and it's all down to Nixon.
1v2, another clutch demanded of Copenhagen Wolves, and a third player in just as many clutch attempts, but Smooya denies. And that is going to be the defuse for the 7th round, another minimal advantage. And look at that, all smiles in the camp for Iberian Soul. They know the Wolves T side, that was the one to watch out for. Their CT side yet to be tested in Galaxy Battle. We have got a hell of a test for them queued up.
As you said, a minimal lead for Iberian Soul, but they're going to breathe a sigh of relief as They took care of what is seemingly, statistically, the hard part of their opponent's game. Now, the Wolves are finally going to get tested on their CT side. Before that happens, we're going to give away a skin, and let's see what we're going to get. All blues, it seems, is going to be the Op Duality that goes to the hands of Hunter WTF.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, those are the days that follow today.
All right.
Just counting out, just seeing what's up. All right, so Smooya is top of the scoreboard, of course. Davaji with only 5 kills. His damage is out of control, though. And this was very flashy from Tapeware. Looked very good, but Smooya looks better with the flick. If that doesn't happen once again, the British mercenary closing. Huge impact from him. We wait to get back into things for half number 2. And 2 rounds is all that separates these two teams. Pistol round will be interesting. Wolves won both of them on Inferno and still dropped the map 13-9. Iberian Soul got up to a streak of 5 in a row. And it was a little bit of a tear from the underdogs to get back into things to this degree. Will we see them score a map? That's what I want to know.
At the end of the day, you can be happy if you're Copenhagen Wolves with how it started. It ended relatively well for them, still keeping themselves in the game. And, of course, they're looking for the map. It's a best of 5. So a lot of Counter-Strike is yet going to be played. However, will it be 1.5 more maps, or do the Wolves have what it takes? They are the underdogs, but they have been up against it basically since the playoffs started. We could even say since the tournament started, as their run throughout this competition, it was everything but easy. Going through the Swiss stage 3 and 2, afterwards needing to, of course, be against the invited teams, the teams invited straight to the playoffs, beating BetClick, beating Astrum, overcoming James Paravision as well. So all things considered, like, and I know I'm speaking a bit too early, but even if they lose this final, they can still be really happy with how this tournament went.
Iberian Soul would only be the 3rd invited team to the playoffs that Copenhagen Wolves would defeat if they secure the final. We're back in the pistol round, boys. This one could be for all the marbles on Ancient. The Wolves take to the defense. Ancient is supposed to be their den. Let's see if the Wolfpack can make things happen here. It is going to be a B hit.
The dualies are ready. Let's see if Jorko has what it takes. The dualies on Matthias as well. So this is going to be a fun one, but no chance for the Croatian as he's going to get blown away by Alex. And now they're picking up pace, but going to the other side. So Tapeware is going to get tested. He's alone. The rotate is coming in, but will it come in quick enough? The answer seems to be a resounding no. Nixon fighting and finding the frag, and the CPs are actually taking the heads. Still, though, the bomb is planted, and that gives Iberian Soul a chance. Smooya and Daviji fighting for their lives, but one by one they fall. Though Smooya giving himself an opportunity, the bomb is defused, and Owen Butterfield will get taken out in the end finally. It's only a 1-round advantage now for the Soul.
All right. Pistol round secured. Bomb plant also secured, though. Iberian Soul should absolutely go for the 4-spy here. And if they can take it to him in this, that comeback is going to get a hell of a lot harder. On the CT side, the Wolves know best. They did this to Paravision on their T side yesterday. They know how fragile, how brittle that defensive economy can be. So they decide to bolster their chances. 3 MP9s. They want to farm Iberian Soul. Spanish team with the British Merc. We've got plenty of rifles to boot. Saucel on the Deagle. I mean, that's deadly. We saw that on Inferno. Had 2 openers there in that deco round. Nixon just spotting, baiting for Mateos. They're not going to check him. That's the bomb down through the smoke. And all of a sudden, this round just fizzles out right then and there. They're going to need to piece something together in a very disadvantaged position.
Yeah, how has this happened? The first guy comes in with the C4, and now it's isolated. Now it's a problem. Salso, he can't cross to Temple. He's going to get seen, checked, and he's going to get taken down by Mateos. One by one, Spaniards are falling. They're trying to find something. They brought in rifles into this round, and they still have them in their hands, but two-man disadvantage, now 3. What? That's going to be a cleanup in the end as Smuya is trying to find something. He finds 3. I mean, that was a nice try. In the end, we knew it could only be some economic damage dealt, and it's a tied result.
A scramble there for the guns at the end. Copenhagen Wolves tie us up, but they only live with 2 players. Yuba, this does look like it'll be a little bit before the CT economy can be super flush. Of course, with no bomb plant, we're not going to see a huge investment out of Iberian Soul. The Spanish team should, in theory, be held at an arm's length here. Held at the pass with only 4 Tech 9s, and Alex sporting the Glock. B-site could be under duress. 1 flashbang. It's dispensed. They're going for it. Tapeware's MP9 first to frag in cave. Now rotates over to help Milani. It should be a cleanup, and it will be. Nice and easy. 8 rounds for the Wolves. They take the advantage, but for how long?
It's a pretty good question. We'll see what this brings them. It was a very good cleanup for the side of the Wolves. Iberian Soul back on a bye, and this is their first real bye in the second half. AKs galore, a solid amount of utility as well on their players. We're still on that MP9, but Ancient is one of those maps where the MP9 can shine. So many close angles you can take and obliterate somebody on that close distance. 1 round separating these 2 teams.
Good spots for the MP9, and yeah, it's a very, very slim lead. Hard to separate teams when they come to the grand final, Yuba. It's really hard to get to a point where you can say any of these games should be easy. You talked about the Wolves run. Iberian Soul had a bit of an easier time starting off in the playoffs. But still, I mean, it's a bit of a point of pride. Iberian Soul having to prove that they are a team to be reckoned with. And now, doing so where the first half of their journey through playoffs was done with Stododo, the second half with Smuya. If they win this final, you can say what you will about the fact that they're the favorites. That would be a pretty big statement. Winning with 2 different oppers proves that the system that Alex is working on has some merit for sure. Your time on NIP just simply doesn't count.
He's going to try and forget that. We're all going to try and forget that.
That's right. That's right. Bit of a different rebuild now, but you know.
We did speak a little bit about NIP. There's more than a few players that are trying to forget their stint in that org.
Yeah, they kind of invited half a tier 1 and maybe a little bit of tier 2 in there too. So a couple of players definitely want to forget it. Here's a rifle round, one to remember perhaps for the Wolves. Trying to put more distance between them and Iberian Soul.
Oh,
good flash, good
nice
control. Mateos gets set up for success. Davigi hits the deck already.
That's a good start, a +1 for Copenhagen Wolves, and now the Cats are trying to scramble something, salvage something from this round. Thankfully for Salso, that tick of the molly has not been heard, but he's going to pull back nonetheless, as he does not have info of what's going on towards Red Room, where that tick could have been heard. Now playing it slow, but soon they will pounce towards B, and it seems like a very good call. What is the call from Copenhagen Wolves, as they have allocated 4 players towards A? Basically put all their eggs in that one basket, and Biolani, he can only catch some intel. He does not have the luxury of fighting at this point in time. That's going to be a free bomb plant for the T's. Even though they're in a man disadvantage, this is still a very good position, especially now where Alex finds a frag through the smoke.
Oh no!
Takes care of Nixon. It seemed like a very good round from the start for Copenhagen Wolves, and now it's fallen apart, crumbling by each and every frag, courtesy of the Spaniards as they're taking heads. Jorko knows this is done, and it's going to be a tied result once again. Salso already on the hunt.
Alex should be helped pass here. Jorko, oh, we can't even get that. Maybe could have even looked for a cheeky defuse. Or maybe a gun upgrade. Okay, I said maybe this is one to remember. I think we want to forget this one too, guys. For one, Copenhagen Wolves deciding to stack the A site, they have the utility for the retake. That is not the problem. Taking a duel with an unsilenced weapon through smoke, trying to spam your opponents to death, that is not the play for the sole defender of Bilani. So he gets dropped, and now we drain the coffers. Now we have low utility on the CT side. Jorko with the op. That's a shining star. Maybe he can make something happen. But I am a little bit concerned about what that says about the Wolves. Getting a little bit too antsy. Feeling maybe an egg on face. Jorko whiffing his first opening. But he spots information for this A take, and that forces Iberian Soul to reconsider their position. Cave the next point of contact.
And the thing is, Iberian Soul, they're playing this quite well, stretching the defense as much as they possibly can, making the Wolves make some overzealous rotates. We've seen that in the previous round. This time, though, that mini stack towards B could actually do something for them. Let's see what Tapeware's MP9 can do. That's one frag, 1 for 1. Not too bad, especially when you still have presence on the site. Matthews, he wants to go through the smoke and take a position that is going to be defensive for the site. Still, though, the Spaniards undecided as to what they want to do in this round. Still maybe not convinced that B should be their final point of contact. 35 seconds as Mopos goes through the smoke. That's going to give some pressure.
Oh, no.
As Solsol and Mopos in quick succession find kills. And Bilani now really nowhere to go, alone on an island with no support from his teammate. He's just trying to stay alive, and that does not seem like it's going to happen. Solso looking to take out another rifle. It's not going to happen, as Jorko will take him with that up, and Bilani is going to get rewarded with an AK, though. Iberian Soul back in the lead.
Yeah, back in the lead, and these last 2 rounds have looked really convincing for the Cats. It feels like the Spanish lineup is just better equipped to slowly push through, catch all the angles, and unless you get really startling multi-kills out of the defenders, in poor positions, I might add, you're not going to find a hold on this map. It feels like it's already slipping through the Copenhagen Wolves' grasp. Can't quite get their paws, their claws around it. Great shots from Mopaz. Obviously, Sossel cutting through the defense, forcing them to work together just to get out, just to extricate themselves from the murder room. So just like that, knocking on the door, double digits, and it's an op and an AK with pistols and a full save around it. No money invested, just what they had on their belts and on their backs. Jorko uses his HE, finds nothing for it. Scope might have been heard, meanwhile, so they start going over towards Donut. That's the second layer of this defense. There's a lot of players here, and the boost is good. Oh, and they all get away. Nice opening pick.
Yeah, I expected maybe David G is going to try something clever. That did not happen. Ooh, dinked through the wall, but still 91 points of health, and the USP takes care of Salsal. Is this round crumbling for the Cats? It seems to be a resounding yes, as only Smuya and David G are remaining. And now the CTs, they got guns, they have rifles, and they have the bomb at their feet. Not going to be easy for the remaining Ts. There are so many players to take care of. And Jorko already posted up with that AWP. Just looking to punish somebody. Good timing for the player to survive. And Davi G punishes the missed shot. But they still need to get to the bomb. 40 seconds on the clock. That gives them enough time. But they're going to have to fight and go through the meat grinder. And Davi G will get ground up. Smuya in a clutch attempt starts off quite well. The last 2 players, they're not really on high HP, 31 and 10. So this gives the Brit a chance.
Big chance. Tapeware, though, already out, reveals himself. Does that give up the ghost? Smuya knows. The last player likely in Donut, but Nixon finishes it off. There we have it. The clutch up at the very end, and he'll grab the AWP for Jorko into the next. A tie game off of a full save.
The rifles they had paid off in the end, saving them. Got them this round, and don't forget the USP's got a couple of dinks in as well. It's a tied game, and Iberian Soul might live to rue the missed opportunity to get the double digits earlier than their opponents would have liked them to get. Ooh, Davi G goes through the smoke, but all of the T's get ground up, as now only Saucil and Smooya are on their feet. 20 seconds have passed from this round, and already it seems to be round over.
Yeah, already it seems to be double digits for the Wolves. A huge turnaround. Hardest possible path. Seems to have been queued up by them. Okay. All right. Wasn't familiar with the CT side game here from the Wolves, but it seems like they're able to get some momentum in their sails again. Do one better at least than how Inferno ended. Couldn't get across the finish line. Couldn't get across the double-digit line. Now we know that's different. Wolves are going to go ahead and lock this one in, but 50 seconds. Still some time for damage. Maybe some magic. Iberian Soul looking for a 2 versus 5. Smooya holding for a push. The Wolves ain't giving it to him. Territorial. They'll stand where they are.
It's their pick. It's their playground. The Cats are in the Wolves' den, and the boys from Copenhagen are managing to get themselves in front.
Finally, Tapeware will take a little bit of a look-see, make some noise. Saucil can peek up from this box at any time. It's a save, though. They don't want to die after time. Smooya called over to watch. A little bit paranoid now. Any peek could be your last, and wouldn't have much money into the next, so... An uneventful end to a very startling start of that round. Alex needs to reconnect after that one. First in, first out.
Yeah.
Iberian Soul, though, I mean, they could so easily grab double digits here and tie us up. They still have some cash to go for a force around this if that's what they want. And the loss bonus will start stacking up. Already 2,900 for them.
Yeah, not bad position they're in. It's not terrible. Rather, they would have felt a lot better had they won that round against mostly pistols, mostly USPs.
Yeah, right.
Of course, there's still plenty of Counter-Strike to be played on the second map of this best-of-5 grand final. This is the fourth event of Galaxy Battle in this year. We had the starter, phase 1, 2, and this is the third. I can hear the in-game chat.
You already know there will be a cheeky phase 4, right? I'm sure. Just keep counting them up, stacking them up. You are right, though. Chat's popping off. Somebody's typing somewhere. Smooya is very fond of chatting people up. He seems to know everybody at this level of play. So I can only guess. I can only speculate. In theory, his addition to the lineup of the Spanish side should be straining comms, right? But I'm sure he's just yelling vamos after every win.
No problem. He seems like one of those guys that you put him in a room with people who don't speak English, he's still going to find a way to communicate with them.
Yeah. And yesterday he was in a lot of really powerful positions. Doesn't take that much communication to say, hey, go to that spot that's really good and face it. And so that was really all they needed to get Bass Nexus. I'm glad to see the Wolves putting up more resistance. They've already done better than Team Nexus did in terms of round wins versus Iberian Soul. Will this just be a hiccup? Or will it be a little bit more? You can see the lounging of the Butterfield as we wait for Alex to come back to his PC. Bit of a bathroom break, perhaps. We were having a laugh over the water bottle there. I think it might be David G's camera. Oh, look at that guy. He's got a fan on and everything. Big fan.
Big fan?
That's a small fan.
I got a fan as well, but you can't really turn it on during the cast, right?
If only.
You gotta like Jorko's streaming setup.
Yeah. Got the magenta light and everything.
Oh yeah. Looks quite, high definition. The camera good as well. Getting back into things, this is our second map of a best of 5. We're guaranteed to watch Nuke as well. Potential 4th and 5th map will be Mirage and Anubis. Those are the maps that we could see should this best of 5 go all the way. Also, one more thing to note, it seems like it's quite hot in Spain as well. When you check the outfit or lack thereof of some of their players.
It takes me back. I think it was Gun 5. Oh, and Rush B as well. Jorko's doing a TikTok dance.
Well, he's trying to entertain us during this lengthy tech pause. He's doing quite well.
Wait, no.
Clip
it's
this.
Not even the TikTok dance. This is a Fortnite dance. This gamer is a
dance?
Zoomer.
Oh. Well, that is to be expected. Like,
what? They're not all boomers like me?
He's 16 years old, man.
I guess that's a reasonable excuse to play Fortnite. I played one game of it and uninstalled, so.
There you go. We got the full screen. Come on, man.
Oh, wait, we just put John.
Just got the full screen.
Dance over?
And then he sits down. Oh, what is he got?
Oh, I see. Oh, it's rock, paper, scissors.
All right.
Who's he playing with? Okay, they're doing it together. They got their cameras pulled up too. You can see.
All righty.
Tie. Snip, snip. Oh, Jorko wins that one. Okay, now it's a tie game again, 1-1. If it's best 2 out of 3, they're going to need at least one more. Oh, Jorko lost.
Oh, classic opera.
Oh, he wants to go
Click
again.
On the trigger finger.
Yeah. He wanted to go again, but denied. All right, CS2, this is a real competition here. Good to see that it's still all smiles in the Wolves camp. They were on the precipice of losing their map pick, going down 2-0 or 0-2 in favor of Iberian Soul. Meanwhile, Mr. Butterfield needs to get back on the camera. Wait for that to come back as he has hit the privacy button, or maybe just got pranked by his camera yet again. There's that gif of him having to fix his webcam that everybody points to as the true evidence of Rat King. But we might get a treatment here.
All right. Seems that we're going to get back into things as the players are ready. Everybody connected back, and we should be underway once more. One thing to note, about Copenhagen Wolves, a young team, a promising one from what we've seen so far. They really did play some good Counter-Strike since this team has started playing together. Of course, they haven't been playing together for long, but long enough to show some promise, show some potential, get some numbers up. We're back with round number 20. Damage.
Oh, no.
Through the smoke, he decapitates Bilani, and that's a good start for the Soul.
Yeah, that's big. Polish player going down. Now the attack onto B gets a little bit better. Wolves once again leaning towards A a little bit here with this setup. One donut, one boost, and Smooya finds another CT reaggression after the lengthy tech pause. Maybe getting a little bit antsy. Remember, this is not a full buy. In fact, the best gun is on Smooya, who is naded down to 52 points of health. Saucel has the other big one. Saved in from the last round. Jorko finally finds an answer, but it's just a pistol to hit the deck. Mateos, point of power, but Mopos sends him packing. The A site will be attacked after all.
Makes sense. He's trying to find something, and he finds two. Gets dinged. The rotate is coming in, and Nixon is dead. But that gives Jorko a slim chance. Saucel on the prowl, on the lurk. Gets us to a tied result. Both teams on double digits, and Ancient seems to be a fun one. And you already mentioned Iberian Soul. They had a chance, and they took it. Courtesy of Smooya's op that collected two, and Smooya's firing off quite well. 22 frags in 20 rounds. As this stand-in is punching above his weight.
For sure, for sure. Very solid scoreline there. That's more like it. That's more like what we even saw, not just on yesterday's Ancient, but also on yesterday's Inferno. He was a bit quieter this time around, but he seems to have warmed in nicely. Jorko will have his op once more, and it will be rifles around it, although there might be some concessions elsewhere. I don't see much room in the budget for a kit unless one player decides to go for the MP9, and utility could be a problem as well. We start to get those buys in. Still waiting on our tech problems to be resolved. Sounds like the teams are readying back up.
Yeah. Hopefully it shouldn't be a long one. As we've just previously had a pretty long technical break. Yeah, we're back. And this is an important one for both teams, more so for the Wolves, as if they lose this one, Iberian Soul could start running away with this map once more, get themselves in a really good position to get into a 2-0 advantage when it comes to maps.
Luba, that is an auto shotgun. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What is that going towards? Tapeware has been playing Cave. I guess it makes sense. And he wanted to make sure that there was at least one kit. So there you go.
Always a solid piece of weaponry. You scarcely expect, you scarcely see it, rather.
Yeah.
And this could be an op v op duel. Who will be the first to pull the trigger? Jorko has no idea. Smooya, so close, tucked in, now seen, his position known, and Smooya, he's got nowhere to run.
Easy.
That's easy for the Bulgarian boy as he finds the frag to open things up in this one.
Yeah, Jorko really giving a better accounting of himself in the last couple of rounds. His KD doesn't really show it, but that's because he had a strugglesome start. Second half resurgence for him. And it was all down to Smooya unscoping, switching back to his knife just so he could grab that op back. Now Tapeware, an aggressive clear, more control given over, and Jorko legs Alex, hits him through the wall, doubles back to a better, safer position. Still a bit concerned about a swing towards Mateos in mid. We see that the remaining Iberian Soul players are pushing on in. It's only down to the Spaniards. Let's see what they can do.
That op fires away, sings through the ballpark, and that was enough. The round is over. Oh. The Wolves are back in the lead, and Tapeware on long distance takes care of Mopos. That is calamity, catastrophe for the Spaniards as they're trying to save at least something in the end. That was a quiet round. It seemed like they were fearful of what's going to happen, and for good reason, as they found nothing, not even a point of damage in the round.
Well, that last kill from Mateos, or from Tapeware rather, was actually really important. They're trying to save the sniper at this moment. And they are not going to be able to get it. A tactical pause coming out. Isn't it miraculous? We've gone so long and this is the second tactical pause of the map. The Copenhagen Wolves, despite looking really dire at the start, 5 in a row for their opponents, they did not blink. They did not flinch. And now they only need 2 rounds to take us to Nuke with a tied up score line on the maps. Impressive stuff.
Oh, yeah. And now under pressure is the side of Iberian Soul. Do they want to pick up pace in this one? That last one was a slow burner, and in the end, they are the ones that got burned from it. 3 AKs, 2 Tech 9s, utility looking worse for wear for the T's. Could this be the end of the map, even though it's only a 1-round advantage for the Copenhagen Wolves? It's still, if they win this one, they're going to put themselves in pole position.
Yeah.
It seems to be like
Could
a
break the
take towards
economy.
A.
Let's see.
Jorko.
Yeah, pushed back from Red Room. David G, though, might decide to phase this smoke at the worst possible time for Matheos. Instead, it'll be re-smoked. Will he go ahead of that? Rest of the team. Oh, it's a layup for Nixon. He even gets a lot of damage down to Smooya. This donut attack needs to be immaculate. Otherwise, the Wolves are going to grab map point. Oh, the HE. Insult to injury.
Well, no signs of life from the Spanish team as they found only one, and that one was found only after he collected 2 kills and a lot of damage. Already at this point, we knew that it was done. We knew that Copenhagen Wolves are going to be on 2 map points. Now, a scarce buy, a dumpster fire of a buy for the side of Iberian Soul is they're going to have only 1 AK. A Galil. What's David G going to buy? That's the question. Attack pause for Copenhagen Wolves. That's interesting. They're thinking of something. They want to end this map here and now. Proceed to Nuke with a tied scoreline.
I think I saw that truck in the original Tomb Raider.
I think I saw that truck driving around Belgrade a few days ago.
There you go. Damn. I didn't know European cars were so low poly. You're right, though. This is 2 match points, and this one looks so good. Iberian Soul have been known to win cheeky rounds. Let's be real. That Deco lives in my head rent-free on Inferno. Without that, who knows what would have happened. It's a double smoke. No, a smoke and a decoy. Is that just to bait them forward? This one could be for everything. This one could be the last.
They seem to be quite scared. They want to try something cheeky, and that's what they're exactly going to do. 3 players going towards Red Room.
Up in cave. Yeah. Balani sees it.
To take where now the attack commences. Alex and Dalaji found the frags, but Nixon is still alive and kicking finds 3 on the defense, and that was enough courtesy of his teammates as well. It's 13-10 to end map number 2 of this best of 5 grand final. The Wolves, they still have a little bit of teeth left in them, and they are not giving this final up just yet. After losing map number 1, they take one of their picks. And we're definitely at least going to see 4 maps in this final series.
That's right. After Nuke comes Mirage, and while Smooya secures himself a little bit of a cheeky star player as the stand-in, it just wasn't enough to get them over the line, faltering in the late stages of the second half. Iberian Soul not able to move the needle, not able to get past 10. But that is still an interesting development in this series, Yuba, because I have a feeling Nuke will be maybe a little bit more one-sided. Copenhagen Wolves don't have a lot of reps on that, and you were talking about them being a young team. Well, they've only just assembled this 5. It was very recent that they changed out more players, signing some, letting others go. This is the lineup that they've decided to keep. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do on Nuke, but mostly I'm glad that they've secured Mirage as a map that they can absolutely play. We don't have any question marks about that. So Nuke will either be a one-sided affair or a pleasant surprise, but that's where we're going next.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And this grand final is far from over, especially with what we've seen on Ancient. A few great individual plays from the side of the Copenhagen Wolves as well. Let's not forget a few really important plays came from them. Of course, we can talk about Iberian Soul and what went wrong in these last few rounds. It seemed like they were going to take the upper hand through most of the map. Like there was something missing, but in the end, we really didn't see a lot of momentum from them. We didn't see a lot of interesting ideas. The one they had didn't really turn out well, simply due to the fact that they didn't have enough money for a decent buy in that final round of map number 2. Of course, only 2 maps have been played. We are guaranteed to go to 4. We might even see that decisive 5. So we're going to go on a short break and be back with Nuke.
Woo! Woo! Look, I just been keeping my poise. Made by the million, but still unemployed. They text me about green, but not on Android. She not my shawty, she filling the void. I make the sounds that cut through the noise. He think he a man, but he chillin' with boys. Put down the liquor, start drinking LaCroix. The pain wasn't choice, but now I rejoice. My uncle had told me that I was the one. I played that shit smart, now my bragging and dumb. Lil' shawty had hit me, said she wanna come. Her dresses is black, but she not a nun. I'm so Pasadena, cause that's where I'm from. Some bangers, some hoes. Them with guns, they scheming for riches, they playing it numb. I'm second, I wins, cause I'm second to none. Look, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, hey, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go, hey, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, hey, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go. I ain't had to get snooze in a minute. Got the bag, then I took it independent. Model 3, and you know it's not rented. Authentic, every vibe is cemented. Fresh J's, now we jumping out the ceiling. Tough times made a diamond out of feelings. All facts, they can't question what I'm dealing. Got house, we more focus on the building. System losses, now I'm feeling so prolific. Hustle loud, much you don't get it. Seen the highs and the lows, it's terrific. It's a job to hate, that's why I love the critics. Self-made, I ain't gotta ask permission. Turn my pain into fire, no ignition. Only when the money talk, when I listen. I put the city on my back and the dissing, huh? Look, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, what the you think I do it for? Do it for? Hey, looking in the mirror, you the go, you the go. Hey, I've been out here grinding 24. So in the mirror, you the go, you the go.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the bitch, I'm from the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trail ass nigga, never thought I can't. Got $1 on me, what is life but a dream? I've been living my fate, nigga turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro, this shit like wait, let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel off, niggas don't want this smoke. Little nigga, y'all want this smoke. I'ma spark that shit, I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. Spark that shit, I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, no fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying.
I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man productions. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been in free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it's in Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga. I'm the same little nigga with a gap too smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. Niggas wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, no fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, no fire, no fire, no fire, no fire. I'm lying, no fire, I'm lying, no fire, no fire. No fire, no fire, no fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to get into map number 3. And while a lot of us thought in this grand final it could be 3-0 for the Spanish side of Iberian Soul, we just got confirmation moments ago that we'll be going to Mirage after all. But first, Nuke, our third map, and the second map pick by the Spanish favorites. Of course, Copenhagen Wolves giving themselves a very nice showing to recover Ancient after a rough start. Yuba and I are back to bring you the action on Nuke, and honestly, Yuba, this is one of my favorite maps in the game. I am excited to see how this one plays out, even if it ends up being one-sided in favor of the Spanish side.
Yeah, I mean, Iberian Soul, they have some really good statistics on Nuke, and you can't really take anything against them on this map. But one thing to note, Nuke was a very good map for Copenhagen Wolves throughout this competition. They won 3 out of 4, even though their numbers are statistically not really good. This core, or rather the core of this roster, had not a fun time on Nuke in the past 3 months. The past 3 games they played, they were convincing results against Sense Academy, Betclick, without their opponents getting to double digits. And I would say that this is going to be a very important showing by Copenhagen Wolves. Even if they lose it, they're going to know that Nuke could be one of the maps they can actually really play well on, simply due to the fact that they've shown this throughout this tournament.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to a close-fought affair if that's going to be the case, because this could just be a repeat of Ancient or even Inferno. There has not been an easy map yet for either side. Now we go to the pistol. Yeah. Wolves starting out on the CT side should give them some momentum. Jorko. First up, my friend. In Hut, finds the first frag. Let's go.
Oh yeah, that's a good start, and now they have some intel of where the attack could be going on as well. The crunch towards lobby will start as Matthews takes 2 heads with those dualies, and one by one, the Spaniards fall, and this round is crumbling for them as they've lost the bomb as well. Daviji and Smuya only remain for Iberian Soul. Trying to salvage something does not seem to be likely, as the CTs have taken positions, all positions necessary to take care of the last 2 keys. Smuya, no chance. And Daviji, 1v5. Oh, that would be miraculous, but a miracle is required for him to find anything here, and find nothing he will, as Jorko takes another head with those dualies, and the dualies far and away in this pistol round. Copenhagen Wolves taking the early lead.
Yep, 4 out of 5 kills for them, and check that out. 4 out of 5 pistols for Copenhagen Wolves so far in this series. Only the starter on Ancient went the way of the Spaniards, and so they're going to feel a little bit aggrieved if they end up having a tougher time in this series, even if they end up losing the series outright. Obviously, very early to talk about that. But if they can't close this one out, they're going to be looking to their pistols as a chief reason why. Now, at the very least, we do have a bit of a pistol-oriented force buy here for Iberian Soul. So Shades of Inferno already starting, with the Wolves residing with plenty of rifles. Only 2 MP9s, Tapeware and Nixon, holding down the upper sight with those. It's Matheos towards ramp, who might be tested first. Daviji outside, yet to find anybody. Partnering up with Alex so that they can throw the cross smokes, maybe get Bolani activated outside of Mini, but it's not to be. The ramp hit will be the first player.
Ooh. Oh, no chance against that Tech 9. It was also only on just a little bit of HP. Whisker away from death. Jorko, next point of contact against that low HP player. Elsewhere, the T's are getting already that plant on B. Nixon trying to cancel it. Not going to happen, but Jorko and Nixon find the kills and relieving some of the pressure, though they still need to find their way to the site. Smuya, Alex falling. It's all down to Mopos. 1v4. The bomb is planted, and it is planted for him.
Okay.
Little shot connects, looking for more. Not finding it just yet, and now they can post up. They can get ready for him. They will do just that. And a relatively simple conversion for the Wolves.
Yeah, I don't think Nixon's going to be able to recover the A4. It's all the way in the back rafters behind the silo, so no opportunity for the third rifle to be brought back in as a salvage, but at the very least, they get the round converted. And with that bomb plan, Iberian Soul, we saw them go for a deco on Inferno and actually, surprisingly, score it across the finish line. Why wouldn't they get a little bit more antsy with it? Why wouldn't they go again in round 3 off the back of a successful bomb plan on the lower site? Expect that a lot from Iberian Soul. Even on these low money buys, they're adequate, more than adequate. Quite adept, actually, at getting those lower bomb site plants, those cheeky bombs. And of course, the upper rushes are a staple of T sides on Nuke. Gone are the days where the CT side is going to be handily winning by a big margin. This is no train, just as it is no Anubis for the T side either. Smuya with the scout has an opportunity to get some damage done, make it easier for those pistols to find frags. Not going to happen on the first opportunity, though.
Yeah. Mopos is going to hit the deck. That's a +1 for Copenhagen Wolves. Still, Iberian Soul not finding any intel, barely any room, as they did take a little bit of control of Yard. They can go towards Secret, but the rotates are already set up, and the defenders are in place. There are a few questions about what this buy of theirs can do. Of course, they are going to have a full buy in the next one, but no utility trying to enter the site, and that makes things quite difficult when you just need to get in somebody's face with that Tech 9. Let's see if Davi G is going to have so much luck with that. Violani only a tag. Goes back.
Easy.
Smooya finishes him off, and that now complicates things. It's a 4v4. Matthew is going to get tested. The CT is rotating. The bomb is going to get planted, and Matthew's not facing anybody just yet, but I think they saw his shoulder, and that makes his job a bit more difficult, relieving the pressure by taking off the head of Davi G. Now the T's are trying to hold this bomb in place. Alex tagged only a little bit. Matthews now activating and finding room for his teammates to enter the site.
Oh, no.
Scout hits Jorko, and that makes things so much more difficult. Smooya smurfing with the scout finally gets taken care of, and the bomb is going to get defused, but also doing some damage still, and only one CT remains.
Great round from Iberian Soul. With such a shoddy buy, they're able to set themselves up for success later in the half. Now, make no bones about it, there will be a buy going into the next round, but there already are going to start to see some concessions. Losing all but one player means that Copenhagen Wolves don't have the depth required to pull out every single bell and whistle they want. Only one kit, some concessions in the utility department. Jorka has a little bit of money, and he will have the AWP drop to him. Smooya has his own big green, though, and we get our first op duel, potentially, on the outside of the site. Smooya drops down off of Marshmallow. Facing a reset, the Wolves could end up giving over a streak of rounds if they don't stop Iberian Soul right in their tracks here in the first rifle round.
So important. They lost so much against Pistols. As you said, facing a reset, though both teams are, so this round is crucial, both to the lead of Copenhagen Wolves and to the opportunity of Iberian Soul of just annulling that lead right at the start. A few steps, all that's necessary for first blood to be drawn. It's just a matter of time before the action commences, as the T's have already stretched their legs on the outside positions, though Tape where it takes the first head, and now maybe Iberian Soul could be in trouble, as they don't really know the positions of the CTs. Only that one. They don't know if somebody's guarding him. Flash, not good enough. Alex brings it back into a 4v4. Now the attack can commence, though Mopo stopped in his tracks. They want to split towards A, it seems. 30 seconds on the clock. Bilani versus Mopos. That duel could be crucial, and Mopos gets the kill. Nixon now. He needs to fight. Jorko finds that one kill with the op. Nixon good only for one. It's a 2v2. They found a foothold to the site, but Mathias is on the prowl. And Alex, he's planted right for him. That splant is going to get stopped. 1v1, but so little time remaining. He needs to stick the plan, and he will do so. But does he know?
Walk towards Hut. This is where Jorko needs to be. Playing the mind game, slowing things down, but Mopos has him. Hook, line, and sinker. The clothesline from Mopos to finish that round for Iberian Soul. Ew, but what an explosive sequence. I mean, starts off real bad, but the IGL on IGL violence favors the Soul Spanish side, and Mateos only good for the one, doesn't double back enough. Really small micro plays. Wolves had a really interesting setup outside where they were playing for Iberian Soul to get a little bit too comfortable pushing in, and that's exactly how the opening frag goes their way. But then they don't swing deep enough when clearing Hut. They don't swing back enough after Mateos from heaven clears the bomb plant. Small alterations, small corrections, that would have been a Wolves round, but now you see the outcome. 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and a USPS.
Not looking good.
Layup.
Exactly. The lob, the jam. Let's see if they can jam it. Smooya on the boost. Not going to find anything just yet. Close range weapons in the hands of the Wolves. They still have a chance, more than a chance in this round, should they find the first kill and maybe snowball things. Alex, first point of contact. Yolani with the 5-7, not going to find anything. Next step is Tapeware, takes the double and falls back, gets away with murder. Maybe he wants the repeat. He sees the bomb, but now going to get pushed back by that molly. Still a man advantage for the Wolves, even though they have a weaponry disadvantage. This could still be interesting. Matthews a bit too much wanted. Will Tapeware and Nixon make things hell of a lot of complicated for Iberian Soul. Mopo's his heroics necessary once more. He got them the round in the previous one. Looking for a 1v2 clutch. He might be in a position to do so, though. Nixon right behind the smoke, and the small guns were enough as Copenhagen Wolves get things back into a 3-round lead.
I was sitting here wondering, strategizing, thinking to myself, how are Wolves going to get back in the saddle? How are they going to answer back? And I did not expect it to be in this round. I did not expect it to be a lower hold. Iberian Soul call a tactical timeout off the back of that, and it's very well deserved. Little bit of breathing room here earned by the CT side. That is not a round they should have won, but most importantly, Iberian Soul, what they've lacked so far in their T side, even though it's early days, only 5 rounds played, we can tell compared to Ancient, compared to Inferno, what are they doing wrong? They're not feeling out the defensive lineup. Nuke can feel so suffocating on the T side if the CTs are up against you, but that was a round that should have been yours. A layup, as I said. There's a broken buy here. Iberian Soul should be able to just kind of cruise through as long as they feel out where the defenses are, but they got a little bit too big for their britches ahead of where they should have been. When you put the cart before the horse, you don't go anywhere fast. Iberian Soul back down to a broken buy of their own. 3 Galils and 2 pistols. One of them not even upgraded for Smooya. Saving for the op in the next, as Jorko did last round. Beautiful sequence there for the Wolves. 4-1.
Oh, yeah. Seems quite good so far. Tapeware, solid positioning. Daviji's gonna go straight through that smoke. Nixon finds one. Daviji brings it back. Ooh, it's a 2-4-2, and Daviji finds himself a double. A man advantage now for the Cats, as Matthews is gonna hit the deck. Mopo's good once again. Tapeware not able to do anything in this round, and he knows it. The Cats striking back.
Another reset. Wolves have to go back to the drawing board with yet another buy that's just going to be minimal at best. Tapeware is actually going to look for at least an AK somewhere, maybe a bit of utility. Ends up dueling with Smooya and losing out on it. Not good for the IGL. Not exactly the economic call. They're not going to bring even an A1S into the next round. Last time around, they had a couple of MP9s. This time around, that might be all they get again. Yeah, they run back the same play. 3 SMGs, a 5.7, and Tapeware. Not so sure what he's going to be doing. Instead, they end up refunding a few things. So it'll be 3 pistols at the end.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Alex, tip of the spear with that MAC-10. Big ups.
They won round with less of a buy than this one, so who knows what we can expect. And I think Mopo's heard the burning. He definitely did. Info gathered, communicated well on the side of Iberian Soul, and they know they can't cross anywhere near a lobby, but through outside they go to A, and Jorko almost got caught off guard. Managed to scarper away. His teammates, though, will they be so lucky? Iberian Soul, they found their way to the site. They can plant the bomb already. So many players just around the site as well, with Alex lurking almost at CT spawn. He might get a chance for a multi-kill. Not going to find it, though, as he's very low. It's just a matter of time, and he's going to die. Smooya catches Biolani. The bomb is planted. Keys are falling. This could still be complicated, as the bomb has ticked to half. They're not going to try it. They don't have the luxury of doing that. Just pulling back, saving what they got. It's going to be number 3 for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, and this is the right call from Copenhagen Wolves. They don't have any money going into the next round. They did invest a pretty heavy amount into this. So they come away with 2 MP9s and A1S. Funny to steal away a CT rifle from the T's, but it happens more often than you'd think these days. And of course, Nixon's MAC-10 that he salvaged from before. They've got some sidearms. They're pretty solid as well. Good on Smooya for not actually getting dropped in that last round. If he ended up getting traded or defeated in the same way that Saucel hit the deck outside, that could have been really ugly for the Spanish side all of a sudden. So the Merc just pulls back, knowing that more likely the CT economy needs a save here. 1 round lead as we reset into round number 8. Copenhagen Wolves are looking to extend their lead, put some more distance, but the problem is they don't really have the best buy. There's still no AWP. Despite that, Jorko has been fragging well, but really this has been the Nixon and Tapeware show on the defense. Early to tell who's going to end up stretching ahead at the end of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially the way the first 2 maps went. You can't really give a prediction so far. Let's see what it brings them now.
5 rifles on the Soul side.
Oh, that's not a way you want to start when you have the less than good weaponry. Matthews, no chance.
No.
He got blown up too far by those nades. Didn't do anything. Even just a tag was necessary. Saw so good only for 1. But the CTs, they did get that AK. They did get control of lobby. Lost all the other parts of the map, and now Iberian Soul, they can stretch their legs. They can consider their options, and wherever they go, they are going to have an advantageous position. Only good trades necessary. Bomb planted by Alex. Smooya on the lurk, and Mopos is dead.
Oh, maybe if Balani picks Mopos there, that's a different story, but now the flank comes through. Yeah. Nixon would need an ace, and he's not going for it, obviously. Wants to save the AK. So, tie game is on our hands, and Iberian Soul recover well from the start. And the embarrassment, of course, of losing to mostly pistols. Definitely a slower and more concentrated push now. They're even hunting this last AK. Spray down is going to be good for 1. Then he burns alive. Invading CT spawn at the last moment. No place is safe. The Wolves are once again tied up. Now, if Jorko stays alive in this lobby crunch, it becomes a different game. So even though it's, oh yeah, Saucel goes down, he only gets 1 kill, that's actually still really important. That round could still have been a live one. If they end up bringing it into a 3v4 with advanced control on the map, suddenly the T side has to take a lot longer to clear all the angles and worry about where they got to go. CTs can be a little bit more laissez-faire, a little bit more aggressive. And it's finally back in the rifles for both squads. Jorko spam through the smoke on that AWP. Needs to fall back a little bit. No sniper on the other side, though. So this T side going to stay mobile.
Playing it slow so far. Taking control of what they can. Jorko needed to take that passive position. Just missed the player that went towards Secret. Davi G. He's going to have a chance to pile on the pressure on that side of the map while his teammates try and get to ramp. Mathios, that's going to keep them at bay just for a little while. Flashes are already raining in. Mathios changed his position. Let's see if he can get a multi-kill. He's not going to get support from his teammates, not just yet. He sees the first, but now they know where he is. Finds 2, and that was more than enough, as his team now has a man advantage. Jorko on the rotate.
Good.
Takes care of Smooya, and that should be an easy ending to the round as the T's have lost control of the bomb. Davi G not finding anything, and Jorko quick to take care of Alex as well.
All right, Wolves back in the lead, and this was a commanding round, losing only 1 player. Tapeware even falling back from the duel versus Davi G and Secret ends up being really important because it gives them no way back into the round. You lose 1 player there, maybe can't keep your op posted and ramp, have to shuffle some of the rifle defenders around, but at this point they've accounted for everything. 10 seconds left for the save. Davi G unlikely to be pushed given the economic state that the CTs are in. But there is a chance. And Jorko just firing blind shots through the wall. Not going to connect, but big ups to Matthias on the hold. definitely highest impact in the last round. Number 9 passes by. Still yet to really see who's going to take the lead in Nuke. Very competitive map so far. Color me impressed for the Wolves to do as well as they're doing. Though when we switch sides and we go to the T side for the underdogs, well, it'll be an opportunity for the Spanish side to lock things down. Alex on a Mac 10. Maybe pointing towards pace. Maybe pointing towards low money. Surprising turnaround so far.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, Nixon losing a lot of HP to that utility. The Cats want to enter A. They want to pounce as soon as possible when this smoke fades. It's going to be trouble looming for the Wolves. Bilani finds one, but two go to the hands of Iberian Soul. And as I said, that there's third. Mateo's good only for one. Jorko looking for something, almost finding a collat, giving himself a chance. That no! Julia up, it's a 1v1, and Jorko takes everybody. A 3K and a clutch to bring 6 for his team.
And he's getting loud on the camera. We saw him cheer for that. The collateral onto Smuya, the HE to finish him off. And then, of course, he knows that's bomb. And Saucel, he hears him taking the steps. He'll phase that smoke any day of the week. Great play from Jorko. That's the superstar impact we needed to see out of him. A little bit absent on Inferno. Very important for the Ancient hold. And so far, incredible impact in that last round. Here we go. Trying to go with pace, though. Incendiary is down. Holding these pistols at bay. Iberian Soul have already lost the opening. And it looks like they'll be losing more than that. But at the same time, a flying shot out of David G forces Jorko into another uncomfortable position. Clears that HE. Not going to matter, though. Matheos from Heaven has to be an angel of death. Is the only way back in for the Wolves in this 2v3.
Yeah, he's trying to find something. His teammate went out of the main position. They lost a little bit of control. They want to play together, but Smuya is ready. And the first one falls. The other one knows that's round over. The pistols again were enough for the Soul as they get themselves to number 5. Jorko still wants to take care of somebody, wants to take somebody out, but at the end of the day, he needs to save his op, get the hell out of Dodge. And best that the Wolves can do from this CT side is a minimal lead. Let's see if they're going to get it, of course, in the last round of the half. Again, as I previously mentioned, Iberian Soul, when it's important, the pistols, they make it work. We've seen that multiple times throughout this competition.
Yeah, just in this series alone. And that's one of the beauties of best of fives is you really test the depth of people's strategies. Normally, teams would be going all out on Nuke. It's the decider. It's a best of 3, but not today. Not on a best of 5. We know we are locked in for Mirage. We could be locked in for Anubis, depending on how those next 2 maps go. But somebody's got to break away from this tie series 1-1. Just like somebody's got to break away on Nuke from their opposition. Will it be the Wolves? Or will we need to wait for round 2, half 2, to finish up our business with somebody in the lead? Tapeware on the Beagle, Nixon and Villani as well. It's just Jorko's up, and he's cut down. They go to the place where they were strongest, and they bowl right through them. Iberian Soul happy to take ramp control, happy to take the lower site. Nixon, the only point of resistance left down there, and Tapeware, you are 1v5 with the Deagle, my friend. Good luck. And have fun next half.
Yeah, not going to happen. They know where he is. The bomb is planted, and it's going to be 6 each after the first half of our map number 3. It's an interesting series been so far, and we're theoretically at the halfway point should we go to all 5 maps. Of course, before we get to the second half of this nuke, we're going to give away a skin.
We're good like that. We're good people around here in the Galaxy Battle. Just you put that exclamation point Galaxy in the kick chat. Get yourself entered in. I entered in once. I didn't even see my name, so definitely didn't win.
Yeah,
but
I entered in multiple times and didn't see my name. I think it's rigged against the casters, it seems.
Oh, okay. Well, how about Took 2K? Not rigged against him in living color. Oh. Nice little covert A4 for you. Is that covert? I don't know skins. It's all expensive pixels to me. What is purple?
I think now it's not covert.
Covert's red? Covert's something special. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. I can't, for the life of me, I can't remember. You
Well,
got
either way,
consumer
it's
grade,
a pretty nifty one.
industrial grade, mil spec, restricted. That's restricted. Covert is red.
Oh,
Classified
okay.
is pink.
Classified. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you got knives and gloves and,
Yeah, and stuff like that.
you know.
All right. Entering the pistol, the second one of our third map. Let's see where it takes us as the Wolves are picking up pace and rushing to B. Also ready with his USP. Let's see if he can stop them. The answer is no. Goosh to 3 HP and no way of running back as Jorko takes the first kill. Bomb is going to get planted, but Mopo's firing back. Puts this into a 3v4.
Oh, yeah.
Alex 1v3. Now things are possible for the CTs as the Ts are trying to pile on pressure. But Alex with the duels takes 2 and knows where the last one is. Mopo's will take the last victim, and that's going to be the pistol for Iberian Soul.
Well, they finally got back on the board when it comes to pistols. That'll be 2 out of 6, so they're batting 1/3 average. Not really ideal, but they needed that one. They needed to take back the lead. The lead that they never really actually achieved on the T side. They do so right out the gate here on the CT side. And again, Wolves, we don't know what their T side is like on this map comparatively. We know they're very impressive on Ancient, very impressive on Mirage, but they're going to need to do a little bit more on Nuke, perhaps more than even they've done on those other maps, because this is a very neck-and-neck game. But they've got their protocols, and they're pushing forward ramp the hold with the FAMAS. No support immediately available there for Sossel. And he holds him out back just with the smoke. A couple of bullets chucked through it for good measure. Minute 30 on the clock. How slow do the Wolves want to take it?
Action dying down. It's going to be really slow, but the calm before the storm, that's where we're in at the moment. Just waiting for the utility to fade, to be spent by the CTs. And when you look at the grenades on the T side, they have more than a few. More than enough to make a push toward the site. They are going to expend some of it now as the smoke is going to get thrown. They have a molly and 3 flashes as well. 50 seconds on the clock, just making a little bit of noise, keeping the CTs on their toes. The smokes go towards the outside positions, making room for tapeware. Surely that must mean that the player in secret will take a look at what's going on. The answer seems to be no. The FAMAS, that's where you get the first kill, and Alex's A4, or M4 rather, takes tapeware out. Nixon finds 1. Smooya on the hold, only good for 1. Rather 2. Sossel, though, cleans things up. And losing 3 players against a force buy, that's not too bad for Iberian Soul as they double their lead.
Yeah, remember, obviously, the Copenhagen Wolves ended up dropping all but 1 player. And it wasn't even the typical force buy, it was the follow-up. That's not going to be the same thing available to the Wolves, as, of course, they did not get the second consecutive bomb plant. So they'll have to rely on the pistols only. No armor, except for Balani, and really not much utility. It's an HE for Squeak, and it's a flash to get them in somewhere else. Oh, or maybe not. They're just going to try to storm a spot. Somebody forgot the bomb all the way back at home, so they got to go back there and just kind of walking outside and through ramp. Not the most impressive use of the pistols we've seen in this series so far. Not that they're supposed to win, but, you know, the Spanish side did.
Yeah. Let's see if these Ds can take a few heads. Matthews already trying to find an opening on the outside position. That flash comes in. He's completely blind. That gives Smooya timing to get to red.
Okay.
Does not necessarily
Close
mean
range.
that he's safe.
Yeah. Oh, he sees him
There you
easy.
go. That's a 4v4. Maybe some breathing room for the Wolves. Alex, just through that pixel gap, he sees a player, though Matthews looks for 1 more. Not
Oh.
gonna happen, but Bilani finds a kill. And things are starting to look a little bit complicated for Iberian Soul, as also loses a bit of HP as well. Mopo's under pressure. The Tech 9 catches him off guard, and
No
now things
way.
are starting to crumble as Alex is the only one that remains against 2. They know exactly where he is. They can go to the other side if they want, but no, they're going to face him. They're going to fight, and that will be enough. The pistols were enough, and it's a 1-round game again.
How has Balani found 3 kills with the Tech 9, no less? Obviously, it's pretty impressive when we have the scavenged A1S sound off towards heaven, but man, I was not expecting 3 Tech 9 kills out of the same player. Normally, that's a storm. You walk right in, fast pace, but nope, not this time around. And another tactical timeout for Iberian Soul. Talking over what they can afford, Smooya's already grabbed that A1S. Looking ready, looking sharp. Obviously, especially when it came to Ancient. But it wasn't enough to get them the map, and with him a bit quieter this time around, might not be enough this time either. The Wolves knocking on the door of tying us up, and that was after a very minimal investment there. They had armor on one player. It was Balani, who ended up fragging out. Good use of it. They had a couple Tech 9s, they had a couple Deagles, and they had a Glock onto Jorko. So they are very pleased with the way that last round went. Shattered the economy for free. A1S, 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s. That's all that Iberian Soul have been able to bring into this next round. And smoke spams are going to start to favor the team with more firepower pretty soon. While Secret seems to be a target.
And again, the Wolves taking their sweet time. From what we've seen so far of their T sides, I expected this second half to be a lot more explosive. They were quite aggressive on most of the rounds they played on T. Completely different story on Nuke, though. They're taking it slow, though. Smooya punishes, finds the first pick. Davi G pulls back to the site. Info gathered. Alex could be tested with that SMG, and he's not going to pass that test. Davi G not able to convert that trade on time, and Mopos falls as well. A man advantage for the T side, though Saucel already on that site, but they're going straight towards A now. There's no way to stop the plant.
Yeah, the vent rotation working out pretty well for them there. Easy as you like. Smooya will cower in the ramp and save his A1S, and AK picked up by Saucel. Best they can hope for is saving these 2 guns into the next round, and I don't think the Wolves are going to go hunting. But I do think we're going to see an AWP in the next round. Jorko almost has enough to buy it right now. You know he's going to go ahead and drop that silenced rifle over to a teammate and shoulder the big green for 1 round on Nuke at least. Tie game. Once again, these 2 teams cannot get enough of each other. If they trade their own map picks, that would make for a very exciting series indeed. But I'm starting to believe that Wolves might be able to get up to their momentous moves once again on the T side, even though we're on a map they're less familiar with, that they have less reps on. You brought up a good point before we got into Nuke even, Luba, that while they have poor statistics coming into this tournament, ever since then, ever since we've started here in the playoffs especially, Nuke has been a very solid map for them. So Iberian Soul picking into it. Can't necessarily say it was a mistake looking at their own map pool, but definitely difficult choice to make.
I would not be completely sure of myself against Copenhagen Wolves simply due to the fact that they've won the last 3 nukes they played, all in this competition. They're showing that just here. 16 rounds played, it's a tied result. And weaponry looking worse for wear for the side of the Spaniards. Again, Smooya just jump spotting. This time around, pulling back. Rather, I think it was Saucel, the one that held that position in the previous rounds.
Yeah.
60 seconds on the clock. Mopo's already on the prowl. He might catch somebody off guard. The attack wants to commence towards A. Alex might be in trouble unless he gets support from his teammates. When will it arrive? That is the question. Alex just trying to stay alive. 45 seconds on the clock. He's pushing now, or rather pulling the trigger, not finding anything but a little bit of damage. Mopo's flank, not going to pose a threat. Davidri trying to find something, but Soso and Smuya combining for kills. That was not enough against Matthews, though. He finds a 3K in this round and a lead for his team.
Yeah, that was super important for Matthews. If he doesn't end up getting that 3K, it looks like Iberian Soul, with a flurry of 3 frags in quick succession, could have maybe turned the tide. And that's a risk you really are taking every time you slow things down to that degree. Iberian Soul are not a team to rest on their laurels, to sit back and relax and let you come to them. Not when they've got such a poor buy. No, they're going to get active. They're going to be looking for information. And honestly, they do that even in the rifle rounds, which is what we see here. No op, but certainly an option here. With 5 rifles on both sides, this should be a very active round yet again. But if Wolves win it, knocking on the door of double digits and breaking the economy once again for the CTs, they don't have a single kit, and they barely have any utility left already. It's only a minute 30 left in the round.
So he's got... round lead, but now the Spaniards have a bye. Sossel is going to be under duress. He's going to have to pull back to the site. He will do just that. No support as the utility is raining in. The player from under heaven can't really help him. Smuya is going to have to take a long time for that rotate, and so is Alex. Similar position, so Sossel needs to fight. Not going to find anything. Even if he found that frag tape where was there, and he will be there to take care of Mopos. This map is slowly slipping through the fingers of Iberian Soul. There's no question about saving. They're going to have to pull back, save what they got, and give double digits to Copenhagen Wolves.
They thought they backed the Wolves into a corner with this nuke pick, but it turns out that just makes an animal fight harder, fight stronger. Double digits locked in. No attempt made. Just couldn't account for all of the different pushes. Tapeware clotheslining a player coming out. That was Mopaz trying his best to reinforce. Sossel obviously collapsing on the site with empty-handed. Both CTs that fall barely see a T before they get domed. Wide cleared. Nixon on the entry. He is usually the tip of the spear. In a lot of these Copenhagen Wolves T sides, it's really nice to see him getting active with 17 frags. You're not expecting him to put up monstrous numbers, but when he is, it makes it so much easier for this T side to take control, to entry onto the site. And Iberian Soul played that last round a little bit timid, let's be real. They were very far back in defensive positions, even after the information came in. Felt locked in to the point where they couldn't really make the rotations. They didn't go the long way out of the vent. They didn't clear secret. They didn't have outside control. A lot of that due to the fact that they didn't have enough nades. Well, this time around, it's a similar story, and Mopaz almost burned halfway alive. Just off of the back of that MP9 is all he's got. A deagle for Sossel. The 3 saved rifles, barely investing anything. Not much utility here. Copenhagen Wolves have their pick of the litter once again as to where they want to go.
Do they want to stress test ramp again? Sossel with the dig. He has a molly. That's going to keep them at bay for just a little bit, but there's more than enough time left on the clock for the T's. That incendiary is not going to do much should they decide to go towards him. He's going to have to pull back again. Needs to go back to the site as the T's take control of the ramp position. He did not stand a chance in the previous round with a rifle. Now with a deagle. Even worse looking, though. The Wolves, they have decided to bring back their position in lobby. Seems to be an A hit, a direct hit towards A. Mopo's first point of contact with that SMG. Good for 1. Looking for more. Finding a lot of damage onto Nixon. Davi G, his time to shine, not going to happen just yet. Smuya already on heaven, but he's going to have to do a lot of work in this position as his teammates can't help him. What is the decision? An explosion from Vent's not going to do anything as Jorko was at the ready. Smooya finds a frag. The bomb is planted. Alex and Smooya combining for 3. It's Mathias again in a clutch situation, just tapping that defuse. Matthews wants to check, and he's running to the site. Not going to get it. And it's going to be 9 for Iberian Soul. They saved themselves in a situation where it seemed a gimme for the Wolves.
Yeah, those last 3 frags coming in. Again, really good damage dealt by David G on the hold. As well as, of course, you think about the way that Mopaz also played that. These are impactful moments here. Gets the opening frag. Damage dealt makes it easy for the rifles to find more impact into the next. And that is a lifeline for the CT side. Smooya will be having the AWP. He's going to have to deal with Jorko. And that's going to be after this tactical pause. Copenhagen Wolves, they can't be looking ahead towards Mirage, towards a map where they're favored on, just based on the statistics, just based on the way that Iberian Soul tend to lose that map in a more dominant fashion. These two teams are neck and neck, and Nuke is not over yet. Finally, a full buy from the Spanish side with all the bells and whistles they could want. They've got 2 kits, room for more on Alex if he wants it. Plenty of utility. They should be able to get all of their protocols achieved and unlocked. And Copenhagen Wolves have their first real proper test now.
It's going to be a big one. Now they need to show up. Otherwise, we might see a tied result again. It's been a close fought affair on all of the maps. 13-9, 13-10. In the first 2 maps, those are not dominant results. Seems to be a similar situation on Nuke. Who knows? We might see some overtimes as well. I've seen a few people writing in chat that they smell OT. There's a Sen in the air. Let's see.
Yeah, Alex spotted out 1 player on Marshmallow. And that's information gleaned. Jorko on top of red, though. Just holding outside like it's his house, like it's his domain, and Mopaz phases through the smoke. He's got the jump onto Bilani, but if he oversteps his bounds, Nixon will clear him. There it is. First frag going good. Oh, he can double up. That's a 2K. Absolute importance. Impact. The first time Iberian Soul have really found an opening on the CT side, it feels like. And now flying through the rafters, Mateos comes off the ladder at an awkward angle and hits the deck, not sticking the landing. A 3-piece from Mopaz might have just cowed the Wolves into a save already. Oh, yeah. He could go for all 5.
Why the hell not try it, get it? Not gonna happen. A 4K is all he's gonna get. And about 10 years ago, in the Balkan scene, there was a famous streamer and player. I played Face It with Mopos. There was a famous clip of him saying, "Why are you pushing Mopos?" And Mopos, well, 10 years later, pushes to perfection and gets a 4K to tie the result.
Rolling back the years for a reference like that kind of shows the longevity of a lot of these players on Iberian Soul. Remember, they used to be part of the Movistar Koi lineup even before that. You think way back to the Movistar Riders. Good to see players like that still rocking out, still making things happen. Another bye for the Wolves. They're not done yet. A tie game. Iberian Soul can still clutch out their map pick after being down, but not out. Mopaz has a very aggressive angle again, by the way. Is he actually on T-Roof right now? Is that real? Maybe he's just in the rafters. Yeah, he is. Okay, I was going to say, wait a second. I think I misread that.
Yeah, it would have been strange had he got to T-Roof, given that there's a T in lobby.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Well, don't count him out of anything.
Of a round. Alex might be in trouble when that smoke fades. Not going to happen. He's going to reposition. The T's going towards Secret. Seems to be like a B split, but Bilani just taking that lurk in lobby. So far, the CT is not making overzealous rotations. Just jump spotting is Alex. Now under pressure, finds the first, and he knows a few players crossed. So Davi and Alex in the same position, looking for something, just baiting for his teammate. Alex not able to find anything, but Salso does, and now it's Davi time to get out of single door. Joko and Bielani are trying to protect this bomb, but their chances are slim. The op fires away and finds one, clattering Davi. Still a slow rotate from Bielani. Jorko needs to stay alive, needs to guard that bomb, but he is dead, and they know where the last player is. 1v2, trying to hold on to that defuse, and that's exactly what Smooya's gonna do. He can't stop it, not on time. It's 11 for Iberian Soul.
And they've got money. They can buy the next round. This is not gonna be easy, despite the bomb plant for the Wolves. They'll have a little bit of cash here, but only 2 rounds of loss bonus. It's not going to be enough. That could have been a great timing for Bielani, but he takes a little bit too long to rotate down to support, leaving Jorko all by his lonesome, and now we've got a pistol round. Armored though they may be, Tapeware with the Deagle, everybody else with an armored Tech 9, and they've got utility. They've got pace. Mopaz has the spray, but only for one, before an HE sails him on through. David, second vent, not a good safe spot. Bielani trades it over with the bomb on his back, slinks downstairs, and Jorko. This timing.
Funny. That's interesting. They managed to get themselves a foothold to the side. They can plant the bomb and make this fun. Will they even expect Jorko in such a forward position? Smooya already scoped up, and Jorko without a chance. The bomb is going to get planted. So that's at least something.
Unlikely kill here for Tapeware if he pushes. No, not quite able to get the timing. Diffuse already coming in. And that is map point here for Iberian Soul. They got here in a very roundabout way, but they look like they're about to lock it in. Now this is 3 rounds of loss bonus. This is bomb plant consecutive. In theory, mission accomplished, but with 3 opportunities now for Iberian Soul to end this in regulation, or 2 rather, excuse me, it's a really easy move in theory. In theory. 5 rifles, though, for the Wolves. Will they fight for the first overtime of the series? We thought maybe they could do that on Inferno. It didn't end up being the case. But with the smoke breaks, Smooya looking for an opening. Instead, Tapeware turns it back around at him. And Jorko's going to push that issue. He's going to force the issue. He finds 2 entries, and this is a broken site already. Saucel, failing the test for the multi-frag outside, and Alex gets killed by Jorko from behind. What a man, just taking the pace, grabbing this ball by both horns.
What the hell was that from Jorko? When it was most necessary, he finds 2 fantastic headshots and just puts the sprinkling with that last backstab to the last player. We're going to all 24 rounds, and overtime looms. Unless Iberian Soul can think of something on the CT side and grab map number 3 by a minimal margin. The Wolves still on the hunt for overtime.
Hope David kept some water in reserve. I saw he grabbed the second bottle earlier on his camera. Iberian Soul are going to have to stuff the Wolves one more time. But look at the buy. They've shuffled it out. 3 kits. So bomb plant shouldn't be a huge problem here. 4 rifles. Once again, a little bit of a concession in terms of utility. And a sniper on both sides. Yuba, we are queued up for another very important and impactful round. Tapeware already brought down low, and Saucel finally taking an aggressive position outside. Look at that angle from Smooya.
Nice. That's 2 kills in quick succession. Saucel unable to double up, and Alex again a bit late to the party, but Tapeware 10 HP in a dream. It seems like the dream of overtime ain't gonna happen for Copenhagen Wolves. It's gonna be Iberian Soul 1 map away from winning Galaxy Battle Phase 3. They're just gonna need either Mirage or Anubis. Tapeware not gonna stand a chance against that last player. It's 13-11 in map number 3. And this grand final spells Spain all over it seems.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? Worth pointing out that the script tells us it might be overtime on Mirage. 13-9 on Inferno, 13-10 on Ancient, 13-11. Getting closer and closer here as Nuke closes. We thought the Wolves might be up by one map. But very nice there from Iberian Soul. The Cats figure out exactly how to defend themselves, fending off the Wolfpack before disaster can strike them on Nuke. And an excellent performance out of Mopaz, of course. Smooya finding impact in that second half as well, which means we are going on to map 4, and we know everybody plays Mirage, Liuba. Everybody plays Mirage. And the aim has been really good from a lot of players here. Obviously, some of them have traded who's hot, who's not. But this is looking like it's going to be a little bit of a tactical death match in the potentially last map here of this final. I'm not so sure that the Wolves are going to have an easy time. It feels like nothing is ever easy in the grand final here for either team. But I am very excited to get to that 4th map. And I think you have to once again say, Iberian Soul look like the favorites to take it. They've reasserted a little bit of dominance there, even though it was a very close-fought affair. Remember, they had to come back into that victory, so can't really sneeze at that one. That's a really good win.
Yeah, you can't really say anything about what's going to happen on Mirage. Of course, statistically, you can say that maybe Copenhagen Wolves are a bit more ready for that map, but in a best of 5 where fatigue actually can play a part, we don't really talk about it in a best of 3s, but when you're in a best of 5, mental stress can actually get to you at some point, especially like in this particular scenario, Copenhagen Wolves, they thought they were going to get to overtime. They managed to get to all 24 rounds, but it was just not enough to get to OT. A lot of factors need to be factored into what can happen in the next 1 or 2 maps that we're going to have for the remainder of this competition. Of course, the only way to find out what's going to happen in this grand final is to stay with the broadcast. We're going to go on a short break, and we'll be back with map number 4.
Be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. Cash that check, get that money, man I jet set and invest that P. Ask respect, man I get that honey, show interest and I set that fee. Man I go red but it ain't that sunny, so complex for my empathy. So I might laugh but it ain't that funny. New project, let me send that beat, let me send it home. It's too late for the endings bro. True say got a friend in Rome that'll set this tone for the pending loan. Ending tears when I end that show, breaking bones, paintings here but I ain't that low. The end is near when we take that dough. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I'm a man of my word and a man of my pride. I put that in reverse and put that on my life. Shit, I don't wanna talk too much, but now is the time. I can never be right back, I'm out with the tide. Riding the waves, boy, surfing the web, man, I'm balancing mine. Hiding away won't serve you respect, boy, damaging ties. So I wouldn't wait, I deserve my respect, boy, I'm out for the night. Finding the time and the place for this next dynamic of mine. Shit, I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned. I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man. I don't wanna read too much into it, so I go bury my head in the sand. I don't wanna be too sucked into it, so I'm not tempted to empty my hand. Rising above and below, flying above what was planned.
Said I couldn't suffer in silence, I ain't a suffering man.
Highly in touch on the low, shit blow up with a bang. Slyly in love with the blow, try come fuck with the fam. Sharp like a cut on my throat, leave with a couple of man. I'm not asking to double my dough, so he should have run to the bank. Raking it in, facing your fears when you're faced with the king. Say with your chest, get lace in your limbs. Aiming correct, now he's tasting his chin. Aiming the left, try raising their sins. Saving the rest, man, I'm waiting to win. Pay me your debts, ain't safe in the bin. Aim for the chest, hearts racing within.
Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. I'm talking be my all clean, fit too mean, finger all shiny on my baby's diamond ring. I was on a high till I caught onto the scene. Swear I lost my heart when I fell in love with things. Rookie year went broke like Jalen Rose. Got the price, sold my soul to the things I own. Switched up, locked in and got my mind right. Prioritizing, got my business and my time right. Wristwatch, no TikTok, you know the crown. I get guap, then flip stocks, you know it now. My baby's loyal and she holds it down. Play with my fam and I might blame you, but it's going down. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Windows tinted, never rented, but I've been accused. Numbers up and we need no recruits. Leather loafers for the tailor suits. Making moves that you can never do. You sure I'm cool, but I'm never amused. When I cop it by the tools. The weather change, I change the views. I drop a record and I watch it boom. You see me working like one on a Zoom. Was that since I left the womb? I'm staying silent when I'm in the room. From the soil, now you see me bloom. Zoom, and it's to the moon. Stop making promises you never keep. Out of touch, never out of reach. Dot the I's across the T's. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. Not gon' trip if the sun don't shine. Not gon' trip, you know I get mine. 2020 vision, I want all the loot. 2020 vision, I want all the loot.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it? We're going to map 4. We're going to Mirage. It's not a clean sweep after all, and it might not even be 4 maps. Yuba and I are back to bring you the action on yet another dusty map, but with Dust 2 gone, only Anubis remains after this, and that will be our decider if the Wolves can secure their own map pick. And that's a big if, Yuba, because even though the Wolves are on a 4-match win streak so far, and they have played very well on Mirage, paradoxically, the last 3 Mirages Iberian Soul have played, they have won, and only one of them went double digits for their opponent. So maybe this isn't as open and shut as we thought. Maybe we won't be going to Anubis.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those situations where every round can count, every play can actually make a big difference. And heading into Mirage, I can't really say that I see Iberian Soul as favorites due to a number of reasons, one of them being the fact that no team has dropped their map so far. But I can see them actually winning it out and winning the final 3-1 in the end. Copenhagen Wolves, I've said that already. Even if they lose this final, it was a really good run for them throughout this competition. And I'm just hoping that it's going to be a very interesting map number 4. Honestly, I'm hoping to get to Anubis so we can have all 5 maps in this grand final. That's what Counter-Strike is all about. Of course, we can see our veto, but there's not a lot left. Mirage, and should we need it, Anubis will be played afterwards. And today we will end phase 3 of Galaxy Battle. As I previously mentioned, we've had 4 tournaments so far. Let's see how this 4th is gonna end. Will Iberian Soul clinch the title, or will we have to go to Anubis after Mirage has been played? The Spaniards starting on their CT side. Copenhagen Wolves on the attack, and see what they can do. 4 pieces of Kevlar in the hands of Iberian Soul. That's also a very interesting setup. On the other hand, 3 pieces of Kevlar, a lot of utility, some of which is already spent in their attempts to take control of mid.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves batting 2/3 of the pistols in their favor, yet they're still down 2/3 of the maps. So as they start to storm towards B, no dualies to hold them at an arm's length, and Nixon getting his entry immediately started. Theos gets traded, and there we have it. Bench clear. Alex, impact with the pistol. The in-game leader looking for another. Up to 3 kills already and has sight on the last. It's Jorko with that P250. Needs to clutch up for his squad.
12 HP on him, and CT's on both sides. Saucer will take care of him, and that's going to be the first round for the Spaniards. Of course, having that Merc in Smuya, who's really been playing quite well. Of course, you mentioned his gameplay yesterday. Today, he's been on point as well. And among other players, pushing Iberian Soul to a lead so far in this best of 5.
Yeah, that pistol round was so traumatic that Belani has to take a moment to reset. So we'll wait before we get into the next round. And Saucel has a P90. If he doesn't refund that, this next one could be a legendary cleanup.
I want to see that.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, Yuba. It's been a hot minute since I've seen P90s, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't actually give you extra kill reward, unlike other SMGs. So, yeah, I think he wisely puts that one back in the coffers. $2,000 for that gun.
He just wanted to, put it on stream. Just show it. Show what he's capable of. Show what he's ready to whip out if the time is right.
All right. Where's the Negev on the other side then? That's what we need to see.
I think it's going to be a while before we see a Negev. It does happen once in a blue moon in professional Counter-Strike, but not much more often than that. It's going to be a solid buy in the hands of the Cats. Of course, the Wolves won't be investing a lot into this round. Though, I mean, we've seen force buys from the T side after losing the pistol round and not, of course, not planting the bomb. So it's still up in the air, but I wouldn't expect that to be the case. They want to get a buy as soon as possible. They know that Mirage is their map, and you feel most comfortable on a map that you're comfortable on when you actually have something to play with and not needing to hope that maybe a Tech 9 or a Deagle can find a lucky shot or a fortuitous shot in any way.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Jarko.
Jarko, what are you doing, buddy?
The legend.
I can't believe it.
I love this guy. All right.
Now, I almost said clearly he heard me, but you can't be listening to the stream, obviously, while you're doing your downtime.
Last time we were on a lengthy tactical pause. I think he was he started to entertain us again when the broadcast was only on his face cam. So I wouldn't be completely convinced that he doesn't know what's going on. There's a delay on stream anyway, so.
You're right. Yeah, of course. We haven't even gotten to the part where we're talking about an Negev yet. Nonetheless, we do see Jorko juggling, and we will see probably not much of an investment after all when it comes to the T side. I do like the way that I heard Sponge break this kind of dynamic down, where without the bomb plant, you don't really have the bonus cash necessary to get all of the bells and whistles you need for a successful force buy. Your guns are just going to be pistols. Sure, you can go for the armor. And really what happens is, if you play the percentages out, you have nothing into the third round, but you still don't have a great buy once it resets despite the loss bonus. So if you see a force buy in the second round here with no bomb plant, from the T side, it usually means that we're going to be dealing with no op in the first gun round, and we do.
Sorry, I wasn't listening at all. I was looking at Jorko and Matthias still playing rock paper scissors.
That's right.
The problem is I can't really figure out who's the one winning.
I believe Jorko just won. That's why he's got his hands up like that. But they're going again, or are they? Balani might have to reset his router for a second time. That's one of the reasons why our break was a bit longer between maps. And what's he trying to show us here? Now, my friend, your autofocus is on. You're gonna have to pull that back a little bit. Oh, okay. He's sponsor. I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Always
be plugging. Yeah. Absolutely. Which is why you should follow me on x.com/Pronego.
Oh, that's a pretty good plug.
Yeah.
There you go.
And maybe follow some of the people.
He's got more props ready.
Oh. Okay.
What's that?
The Flames autographed hat. He's got some NA players on that one, though. What?
Is it?
I saw NRG, Fugly. I didn't make out the other names, but I don't know what's going on with that. He's got a couple hats in there. Hold on. Let's see.
What is that?
What is this? It's an op, a prop op.
Very small op.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a pretty looking op prop.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like it articulates at all, but some people pay big money for replicas. Oh, he does have a little kickstand though. Okay.
Yeah.
We like that. Little mount. He's practicing, guys. He's getting himself warmed up as best he can. Looks like Balani was back on the camera at least, so there's that.
Oh, that's good. Hopefully, internet will not.
Okay. Well, he's automatic. Right. Rambo.
Bring this guy to tier 1.
Well, you did say he was 16.
See him whip out that mini op on stage.
Right, of course. Well, meanwhile, Matheos giving us a little bit of a vape cloud. He's trying to get the smoke machine going.
He's practicing so that he can make his smokes.
There it is. Yeah. You got the smoke practice, got the op practice. I think the preparation on the other side might be a little bit lacking by comparison.
Yeah. If the production shows Iberian Soul, they're just staring blankly at their monitors.
That's right.
And if you're coming in as a neutral into this match, into this final, like, you can't really say that you're not at least a little bit rooting for Copenhagen Wolves just off the back of what they're doing throughout these timeouts. Though, on the other hand, if not for them, we wouldn't be having these technical timeouts.
Yeah, true. Balani struggling to get a stable internet connection, it seems, so we'll wait a little bit longer. We got a chicken.
That's one blurry ass chicken.
It's just a head, though.
Where's the rest?
He got hungry.
No, that's actually what happens when you throw a molly on the chicken. Of course, you know that it turns into a cooked chicken. No, cooked. No, is that what I'm looking for? Baked.
Yeah. Baked, fried.
Yeah, sure. Let's say it turns into a fried chicken, and the head actually goes to his room.
Roasting the chickens or
shooting them with a Glock. That's the word I was looking for. Good thing my job isn't to speak. That would have been
the words.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
Well, I was thinking to myself, the roasted chicken is a good way to finish it off, but I also think about, he's on camera. He knows. He's giving him a wave. He's sleeping.
Right.
Whoa. Oh, gee,
right.
buddy.
I mean, listen, I said that there was no showmanship, but I don't think you're supposed to show that.
Oh, buddy.
All righty.
Oh, man. How close to in the nude can you play before it becomes a problem, before you get talking to?
Yeah, before we need to change the platform we're streaming on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why they switched over to Kick. They said they were just seeing how the different platforms work, getting a good amount of viewership usually in these streams here on Kick. Seems to work just like any other platform, although I haven't been an avid user myself yet, so I can't say that authoritatively, but when I'm watching,
I love how Nixon's cam froze seemingly as he's reciting the Danish national anthem.
Yes. Okay, this is banned in some places.
We're actually getting a case opening, or rather,
there we go. Opening. It is the Kinder Surprise, so we need to know a little bit more about what's in there.
Well, I don't mean to sound old, but back in my day, I was actually surprised by what you find in those Kinder eggs. Now it's usually not that good. Of course, Jorko is not old enough to remember the good toys.
Yeah. Okay. Unboxing, and it's a duck.
A duck? I thought it was an alpaca. What the hell even is it?
You might be right.
It looks like a duck.
It's got a beak. Is it an ostrich?
What do you think
Is it
that?
a chocobo?
Now what the hell? It does seem
Final Fantasy?
bird-ish. No idea.
Yeah.
I think he's having more fun during the tech pauses than while playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Clearly, he's got interests.
That's good.
He's got interest inside of it, you know?
Speaking of Counter-Strike, this is our fourth map of today. Oh, it is. It's a duck. Yeah, you were right. You were right at the beginning.
See? I'm not normally known for my picking an animal out of a lineup skills, but I suppose.
Which
From
rarity
chicken
do
to
you
duck.
think that duck would be? Like mil spec, covert.
I feel like it's probably mil-spec. Oh, hey, look, I
Yeah.
wasn't actually sure if he was going to eat the Kinder Egg afterwards.
Well, you always get what? I actually know. Like when I was a kid, there were some rich kids in town that wanted the.
No way.
All right, forget my story. This guy whips out the Art of War during a tech pause in a Counter-Strike Grand Final. Well, let's see what Sun Tzu is going to teach him.
Okay. This one has pictures. It's for the youth.
This is youthly Art of War. Yeah, it's read that to
The
your
Art of
kids
Youth.
at bedtime.
Yeah.
Gonna have some wise ass kids.
So rich kids eating Kinder Eggs, is that what you were starting to talk about?
Oh yeah, rich kids. They never ate the Kinder Eggs.
Yeah, trying to stay lean.
No, the parents bought the Kinder Eggs for the toys. They put like the Kinder Eggs in the fridge. After a month, they have like a ton of chocolate in the fridge they wouldn't eat because they wanted the toys.
Interesting. Well, you are right that oh yeah, he's good. Mateos has pulled up the stream and he's watching the late unboxing. He missed it.
He
was
missed
taking a
it
nap
while it
earlier.
was live. Yeah.
He had the covers, so no, he's taking a look. He's checking Spotify, you know, getting all the usual going. One of the best reasons to have these cameras pointed at the screens. Talk about competitive integrity on the one side. Talk about the little insider info you can get, like Mateos' Spotify playlist.
That tells you a lot about a player.
Yeah. I don't use Spotify very much, but I do have a pretty sick playlist myself, and that I don't think you're going to get the same level of treatment out of a player, unless they're one of the older ones, you know, old but gold. Saw Dupree retire recently. Bittersweet moment there for the most winningest player with 5 major trophies.
There you go.
A little bit too bad that, he's going for his own Kinder Egg. He's like, wait.
Oh,
okay.
all right. Okay, now I see why Copenhagen Wolves are so good. Because they're reading.
They got some
They're
reading. Yeah.
Their mentality is strong. I mean, if you're doing that in your spare time, one reading Mamba Mentality, another one reading Art of War, the third one's probably reading, you know, How to Get Rich by the Belfort guy. No problem. Like, you're going to have a team on your hands, a good one at that. And all jokes aside, they are a good team. They've surprised everybody by getting here. And they're and I'm just seeing Nixon and his still national anthem freeze frame.
Listen, if he was American, pledging his allegiance like that, Art of the Deal would be the next book pulled out. Come on now.
Art of the Deal. Yeah, there you go. Sure. That's all right.
But you're right. They did surprise everybody here. Don't think anybody thought that they would even necessarily make it out of the Swiss stage. It wasn't a guarantee, but they had that belief in themselves. They had that ability to back it up. I'm looking forward to seeing if they're able to bring Mirage to a close in their favor. Obviously, losing the pistol is not super ideal. By the way, if on the other side of things, the Iberian Soul squad is able to secure the second pistol on Mirage, we will be a little bit closer to that tie that we were thinking about when it comes to the pistol rounds.
Oh, yeah. That could be quite interesting.
So, yeah.
You can see Matthews jamming out. And also hi to Matori in chat. He said, commentators can say hello to me. I mean, we got time. There's nothing going on stream at the moment. So, of course, there is a delay between the stream and
That's right.
and from when we're talking. But if you want, you can ask the commentators a question. We'll be free to answer whatever you got, should we have the time. And look at that. All righty. That's a incredible streaming setup. Like, I've been streaming since 2017. I don't got that. Do you know how old Jorko was when I started streaming?
You said 2017? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's 8 years ago. He was 8.
Yeah.
And he has a godlike streaming setup. All right.
Okay, here we go. He heard us. We didn't see it, but he heard us. Somebody freeze frame that.
Yeah. Stick it on the interwebs so we can know what pro players are listening to when they're getting ready.
Listen, when they get a tech pause, that's right. If anybody out there wants a free song recommendation, you like yourself some EDM, some electronic bangers, mascarpone, I can't see it. That's my running music right there. Meanwhile, we've got a C4 interactive here for... No wonder he's so good at T-side. Jorko's just got all the props to train himself on.
He's ready. He doesn't even need to turn on his PC. He's going to know what's going on in Counter-Strike. For everybody asking why the game is paused, we're still waiting for Villani to get back into things, as he's seemingly having some internet issues. Hopefully we'll be back in this grand final quite soon. From what I can see on the game on HL TV, he's been trying to get back on server, and it did not work for a moment. And did somebody put a star on the nipple? Can I say nipple?
To censor the nipple, yeah.
That's brilliant. That's just fantastic.
Thanks, production. Keep it PG.
Yeah, well, when you're talking about PG, you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen what's going on. Nothing PG about that.
Well, yeah, listen, because you think he's in game right now, but actually he's looking at his teammate's screen, his freeze frame there, and he knows exactly when to pause. Feet up, by the way, for some of Iberian Soul. Taking their sweet time here. It has definitely been a journey in this grand final so far. For both of these teams, it has not been easy in any respect.
All right. Matori asks, commentators, burger or pizza? Pizza all the way. Burgers, you never know what you're going to get. Pizza is always fine. Even when it's bad, pizza's all right. I never ate a horrible pizza.
Yeah, I guess you're right. One of my, not that I've got a lot to list off here, but one of my ex-girlfriends once said that bad pizza is kind of like bad sex. It's still kind of good. So,
yeah.
I guess that's one way to put it.
Yeah, you know what you're
I don't know why
expecting.
she was talking about bad sex, like she has experience with that or anything. I mean, couldn't be me.
I can't really. Can't put my finger on it.
Well, that's exactly it. Hard to find.
I'm just curious about that. Can Matthews lift? How much is 20 pounds in kilograms? In real
it's not that much. Hold on, I'll run the conversion for you. That is not even 10 kilograms. It's just barely over 9.
All right. I have no doubt that he can do it.
Yeah. I think you'd have to be like literally 3 years old to not lift that. And even then you probably could. Still going with that inspect.
Oh yeah.
You know, when I first
mean, you have
saw
to-
that, I had to cast a guy named Jorko. I was thinking he might be the one to do that. You know,
I have to
straight
congratulate
up
him on his
Jorko.
stamina. Oh,
Yeah.
oh my
yeah.
heart, my pretty little heart. It's okay. Oh my god. Oh yeah, W production team. This is what you call a real edit. This is why you're
That's
here,
right.
guys. This is why you're on stream.
That's right. We'll take those. We'll take those. Just waiting for Bilani. You know, Bilani as a name rolls off the tongue. Very good to say. It does remind me, though, of when Snappy, one of my favorite players at Tier 1, or I guess it's questionable now for him on NIP, but back when he was on Ents and Spinks was swapped over to Vitality, there's a point where Ents defeated Vitality with their new look lineup at the time, and Snappy was in Spinks's head. He just went, Giladi, stats player, Giladi. And that's what I think every time I say Balani, because it's so similar. Spinks's first name, for those who don't know. Yeah, I know pro players, but it's not a big deal to me.
Just casual flex. Also, Mr. Precious in chat, he said something good. You can put anything on pizza. You can't really put anything on a burger. At some point, it stops being a burger. And pizza is basically dough and toppings.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm still feeling like we need a little bit more info about where you guys are getting your burgers, because as a burger myself, as an American,
as a burger,
it's hard for me to hear all this burger slander. But
I
I will say pizza is still my preferred. So
I have a really good smash burger place close to my house. Oh, look at that. That's a gun and a half.
Okay, Saucel.
Well,
All
I know
right.
who can lift 20 pounds easily.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Saucel out here flexing. Staying thin in Spain. Must be easy for all you guys in Europe. Do you have any idea? I walked through the supermarket and they have sugar and bread. Like, get me out, please. Can somebody send me some money. Somebody send me some plane tickets. Somebody send me some food. That's why I'm always asking all these Euros, hey, what's your cuisine like? Fishing for a place to go eat. Well, looks like stamina finally wore off, though.
At some point, you gotta stop.
You gotta stop.
I mean, speaking about European food, you're in a situation where everybody in Europe prides themselves on their food. Everybody says their food is the best. Except, of course, Mr. Butterfield's home country that can't really say that their food is the best unless you like Indian food.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I know Thorin will frequently shout out Thorin. He'll say, like, you guys just never actually had British cuisine. And so that's always a good one. He's still trying to defend that. I feel like it's really difficult too. It's already got a bad rep. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I think the thing is, British food, I don't think it's as bad as people say, but it really didn't work on its PR. Its PR management really needs to get fired.
I would say that is correct, indeed.
I'd be okay with a full English breakfast.
Yeah.
And then just, go to another country when it's time for lunch.
Fair enough. We are still waiting for Bilani to return, really. He had the one round on Mirage so far. Doesn't go the way of the Copenhagen Wolves. Saucel giving us a thumbs up with a big old bottle of water. And everybody back on camera for Iberian Soul. Oh, there we go. Butterfield's been hitting the gym. Hold on. I think he might be flexing harder. He might be flexing harder than Saucel was a moment ago. Hold on.
Yeah, he's bulking.
Okay. Ready to go. Talk about who can lift 20 pounds. How about Butterfield lifting 20 players?
No problem. I mean, Iberian Soul, they did win the pistol round, so they, of course, do have the bigger guns.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hmm.
It'd be really funny to watch Blame F's biceps deflate when he's on an eco. Suddenly, I'm not so big.
Oh, look at that.
We have footage. We have live footage. Balani
We got
sighting in the
live
wild.
footage.
And he's in the game already, readying up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seconds away then. Let's see if Belani is able to get back into things with us.
It's going to take us a few rounds to get back into things. I would assume that your hands start to get a bit stiff when you're just waiting in a technical timeout, right?
It certainly could be. Also worth pointing out here that, I think it was Mopaz just constantly going for the inspect spam. Kind of cramps your hand after a while. Tests your stamina. So
yeah. Well,
here we go back into things.
Really tested.
Oh yeah, this time around for sure. Hey, we've got a pistol round here with just P250 on the side of tapeware. Almost no investment after all that. But we are back in a Mirage, so all those chatters talking about want some action. Whoa, okay. Bomb plant secured already, and Smooya can try to farm up, but he's brought down a half HP. Doesn't look like that gun's recoverable, though. Jorko falling on the site, easy enough, right?
Shouldn't be too difficult for the CTs to get a quick and easy retake, though Tapeware might get a frag, and this is what they're looking for at the moment, just economic damage. They know they can't stop the defuse, but they're at least going to have to, or try to take a few guns away. That happens seemingly. Mopo's running out of bullets at the worst possible time, but with the sidearm, he's going to take care of Tapeware. And Bilani on the other side of the map, he's not going to be the victim of the CTs, as Iberian Soul doubled their advantage, but their first frag was beautiful. Imagine just getting insta-triple dinked by a Glock on long range. You still get destroyed.
Yeah. I think when you die right standing on top of bench, it's always a scary moment because maybe you will be benched. That being said, Alex is trying to take control of middle as we get into a rifle round very early on after all the technical shenanigans. Good HE onto Nixon. Remember, he's the entry of the pack here for the Wolves. So backup rotating over to the B site. Get our first look at what the complexion of this half will be. Copenhagen Wolves under the pump, losing the pistol and the conversion with ease, but they do get a bomb plant. So they got plenty of utility to joust here. And Smooya sent ahead with the MP9 on a scouting mission. Maybe he can bring back a couple of frags in the process. Nixon dodging bullets. Has he heard Smooya jump? Oh, too many players to hold. That is going to be an opening frag.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's a good start now for the T's. CT's in trouble. Let's see if they can hold off this attack. But the attack not commencing just yet. They still want to make a pincert from mid towards B. And that's going to take a little bit of time away from the 45 seconds left on the clock. They need to find an opening. They need to find a way. Dave G finds a frag, brings us back into a 4v4. Now the attack commences, but where will it go? It seems to be A, and that might spell trouble as two CTs are still on this site. The gamble might be paying off. 30 seconds on the clock. Do they want to commit? They're going to have to, as the bomb is in no man's land. Mofo's still alive on short, and there's also to take care of that C4. 20 seconds. Do they have time to play? But they're losing manpower even if they did. And they got no way to get to the bomb. Overcomplicating things is Copenhagen Wolves, and one by one, they all fall. Soul with the triple kill, and Bilani, no chance of finding anything bar maybe one frag to do some economic damage, but it's going to be another round for the Iberians.
Yeah, as long as Bilani stays alive here, there's still a chance for the next round as he saves the AK. But yeah, the Wolves definitely overcooking things a little bit here. Jorko with knife out, trying to get away from Saucel, who just frags really well, a two-piece with the FAMAS. No laughing matter when you're up against all AKs. And this will be a pistol investment around the saved AK-47. And a first technical timeout. You know, I wouldn't have hated if they decided to play out that pistol round that they started off with for round number 2 and then took attack. I know we just had all of those technical delays, but sometimes you just needed a moment to reset and remember, and that's what that pistol round should have been for it. But it doesn't really seem like strategically the mid-round calls working out for the Wolves. I like that they leave Balani in apartments to go for some kind of lurk play as soon as Iberian Soul start to let down their guard on B. The problem is that Tapeware goes down short, and that completely neuters the push into A. They don't go through mid because they're worried about the player short, so they don't boost up in the window. That would have been the way out for them if they wanted to flank towards the B site, but it's not to be. And instead, a 3-0 start here for Iberian Soul as we get right back into it.
They're going to have a worse for wear by looking at their bargain bin, taking those Tech 9s. Jorko just saving money for an op in the next round. Bilani doesn't want to spend too much money as $800 plus the loss bonus should they lose this round will give him room for a solid investment in the next. That AK could still pose a threat. Let's see if that is what's going to happen. Tech 9s have been of use throughout this best of 5 so far. And they're looking to find impact once again.
Sometimes in these rounds where you've got a saved weapon, it's the Tech 9s doing some of the heavy lifting, but not for Tapeware. Daviji takes care of him in connector. It's going to be a B explosion outside of Apps, but the first kill is too easy. Mopaz has the support of Smooya. The first 2 whips not going his way. Nixon with a very quick turnaround, a 45-degree angle as Balani snaps down on the trade. Daviji only good for the 1, but now Jorko has to contend with Smooya's op, and there is support on multiple fronts here. We got Alex rotating in through short and Sussel coming in through market. The bomb unlikely to go down here.
And Bilani blown up by those nades. Jorko just with the Glock could not do anything. It's number 4 for Iberian Soul. Losing 2 guys in the process, not catastrophic. But Mopos was in a situation where he could have stayed alive, whiffs the spray just a little bit. Not too terrible, and no, please don't do this. I'm seeing tech pause. And the top of our screen, hopefully it will be issued, or rather fixed instantly so we can continue with our map number 4.
That's not Balani. He's bought up an AK. Spent down to his last $100. Somebody else the culprit this time around. The Copenhagen Wolves don't really have the luxury of being able to lose a lot of momentum on Mirage. They are down 4 rounds, of course, in the opener, and we saw this exact same thing play out on Ancient. They end up closing it, not quite comfortably, but towards the last half, it ends up being much more on their favor. But they can't allow the Iberian Soul side, the Spanish side, the ones with series point, should they get to 12 rounds here, they can't allow them to get away with murder in the opening half. This needs to be more competitive, and they need to start right now with Jorko on the op and 4 rifles supporting.
Let's see what they got. Can they relieve some of the pressure? Make it a bit easier on themselves. Jorko not firing away. He saw the player. But he's long gone now. That smoke hits him. Not going to pose a problem. He's going to keep the T's at bay for a bit. Player top mid. Player in Palace. And the top mid player gets taken out by Smooya. So it's a man advantage once more for Iberian Soul. Where do the Wolves want to go? That's an interesting boost. Will they expect Alex? The answer, well, was yes, though Alex quicker on the trigger. And Matthews is taken out as well, and Alex somehow still alive with 12 HP. They got to think of something, and they got to do it fast. Do they want to commit to A? That's the question. Alex wants to peek. He's still alive, dealing damage onto top mid.
Well, there's no way out because short is closed, courtesy of Mopaz. If Balani opens up onto the site, it can be a different story, but he only clears the opper. Sassel's still so far forward. Unlikely round here now for Wolves, as Jorko with the op is just going to have to save it. 30 seconds for the hunt to begin. The money is in the bank for at least one more player to go for it, but Iberian Soul might decide to be a little bit more Respectable. And that is a very difficult pill to swallow if you're on the T side. Copenhagen Wolves, the underdogs in this series, they almost stole Nuke and gave themselves a lot more breathing room for stuff like this to happen on Mirage, but it wasn't to be. And while Jorko finds a kill that exposes his position, the Hounds are closing in, or should I say the Cats are closing in, and a backstab will steal away the AWP, leaving him with $200 going into round 6. A clean sweep and set up for a 6th in a row. Let's be honest, what can the Wolves do even at max loss bonus?
This seems catastrophic now. It is not a lead you can't come back from. 5-0 is definitely something that just a few rounds are enough for you to get back in the driver's seat of a map. But the complexion, the impression left after these first 5 rounds, that's what tells us that maybe Copenhagen Wolves are going to have to change things up a long way if they want to get back into this. Back on pistols.
Long way indeed. It's been a long road for Copenhagen Wolves. Oh, maybe they'll start a little bit of a difference maker now with Tapeware opening with 2 frags. Now, they haven't really kept track of where Alex is, thinking he was more committed to the site. Quick rotations now with Saucel behind him. The INGL, the Iberian Soul squad, trying to salvage this pistol round, but there's an AK and an A4 on those players. And Matheos, oh, apotheosis for the Croat. He is about ready to clutch this up versus Smooya. There it is. A 3K with a salvaged weapon, and he'll grab that op for his teammate afterwards. Beautiful. But if that's what it takes for 1 round for the Wolves, with money in the tank for Iberian Soul, this does not feel like it's going to be a safe Mirage. This feels like they've only got another few chances here. This next round won't be so easy. A tactical timeout, give a little bit of room here. Iberian Soul talking over their options. 2 players at a deficit for money. Everybody else wanting to invest.
Yeah, but sometimes you just need a round like this to kick things off, and Matheos is the one that brings the first round on the board for the Wolves at a time where it was most necessary. Some heroism was needed. Tapeware, let's not forget him. 2 kills on that Tech 9, opening things up on B. That's what gave his teammate a chance. And a full house between the 2 players keeps them in this. For how long, that's the question. A bit of a worse for wear buy in the hands of the Cats. And they really don't want to let this momentum slip.
Momentum it is. Saucel already dropped. Matheos keeping that momentum from the last round. That's his 4th kill in quick succession, counting the 3 from the previous. Daviji holding for Balani's exit. Holding for the phase of the smoke. Oh, but he's got a nade out. Is that going to be when Balani pounces? No. He doubles back. Smooya was very far forward with the AWP, but with Saucel going down, no FAMAS available. Mopaz in apartments with the XM might actually accept the Wolves if they end up pivoting over there. Remember, this T side from the underdogs is very slippery. They'll go back and forth and back again, even in the same round. Sometimes that bites them. And sometimes they surprise their prey. A bit of an ambush style. Mopaz trying to be exactly that. Ambush predator in the apartments. Support not so far away with Smooya and Daviji. Alex will be the longest rotate. Here it is.
There you
go. Here it is.
Meat grinder accepted. Mopos takes 2. Smooya 1. Alex dead, though. It's a 2v2. Still something to find in this round for both teams. Tapeware unsure, trying to get something open up the site. That smoke is going to give him a little bit more breathing room. Bilani just going to fake it, but not enough time to take the gun. And David G punishes. Tapeware in a 1v2, 10 seconds on the clock. He needs to hurry and try and find the kills. Finds one, looks for the other. He knows where David G is. Not going to find him, though. It's 6 for Iberian Soul.
They locked the round in a 1v1. Money threatened still. You can talk about 5 rounds in a row, and you can talk about the answer back after, but this is off the back of Mopaz with the automatic shotgun. And a blinder of a shot by Smooya from Market as well. He was actually legged. Tapeware didn't even have to go for the headshot, but still did anyway. Dead to rights. Good trade at the end there, though. Man, the riflers have been on point for Iberian Soul today. Sossel and David G taking turns being at least second best. Mopaz occasionally top fragging. We saw him on Nuke.
Oh,
on a tear. That is a whiffed smoke. We have been seeing that a lot more often lately and a lot more than we ought to. And that's the HE to break the connector smoke. So now that Matheos knows, he can push a little bit further forward. Very passive setup for Iberian Soul, except for Alex getting flashed into A main. Now that information was heard by Balani. They can calm that over, but it means they've got to be very judicious about how they approach this, the Wolves. A 5v5, not much utility on either side. Minute left.
Now they want to split towards A. 3 players there. There is a good CT presence. Alex just jiggle peeking, pulling back with an SMG, finding a frag on the fadeaway. Smooya, what happened there? He saw the player in his crosshair, and Sossel dies as well. And Wolves, when you least expect, they find themselves a lifeline. This round is over. They are on 2 rounds.
And really set up for a third. Again, the money not really there. Back on a reset, of course, the loss bonus has not built up at all for the Spanish side. Smooya caught in the middle of the map, in the middle of the site. Jiggling too many angles, juggling too much. You can't flick between 2 hard targets and expect to find success. So the timing just not favoring him on either of his peaks, towards Palace, towards Main. When Alex goes down there, you'd think the 1-for-1 would be enough. It is not. And Sossel playing anti-flash just gets lurked on through via con. Communications might be a problem for Iberian Soul, remember. They are dealing with Smooya speaking mostly in English, and normally they'd be speaking in Spanish. But this is the kill that really sealed the deal. Yeah. Nixon killing Sossel there, that seals the round completely. Another tactical timeout. That's basically consecutive. It's like every other round for the last 2 timeouts spent from Iberian Soul. And Wolves have held on to theirs a lot more. That's something you could even criticize them for, but
at some points, yeah.
It's like they're coming back.
I think on the previous map, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a long time, especially with the extended technical pauses. I think they used their first tactical timeout after like 20 rounds were played. Maybe something to keep in mind. They are there for a reason. Hold your nerve, chill out a bit, and maybe find a way to readjust. We talk about that so many times, so often, rather. Just talking a little bit about how the opponent is playing could be the difference maker in your gameplay, in your game plan, rather.
Yeah.
Maybe that won't really mean anything at the moment, as they are the ones with the big guns. Only 2 rifles in the hands of the Cats. 3 SMGs.
Yeah. Pay attention to where those rifles are. Double up towards short with a boost on top of the bricks. It'll be the silenced rifle to take pole position here. And Smooya just kind of ratting around over there in ladder room, aiming to stuff any push up. And is that another failed smoke, or is that meant for con? Hard to see from this angle, but either way, been a lot of Molotovs and incendiaries used at the very entrance to connector to dissuade those kinds of utility pieces, and Mopaz activates off the back of that with shot from mid. Matheos, though, bails him out. Alex comes in afterwards. This is such a difficult round for the Copenhagen Wolves to deal with, and Sossel, the next really one tested. He comes up big. It's only Balani in the 1v3 now.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to hurry up. The bomb is isolated on mid, so a lot of ground to cover if he wants to even try and do anything here. And now all the angles covered up, waiting. and ready for number 7 for Iberian Soul. And every time Copenhagen Flames show signs of life, they get crushed in the next round by the Spaniards.
Yeah, big response from Iberian Soul. I know that they obviously had a 4-round lead coming into round number 9, but you needed to keep the momentum on your side. It feels like at any point on their own map pick, Copenhagen Wolves are fine to come back into things. But this has been the flattest T side we've seen from them so far. Getting close but no cigar a few times. A lot of the other rounds were just shutouts, like that one there with the lesser weaponry. The Spanish side just looking like a better team so far. But it's all buys up. Matheos with an AK and no utility. At best, he can ask his team for shuffling some of that his way. No head armor either. A bit of a desperate buy, it feels like, for the Rifler, who, remember, is solely responsible for one of the 2 rounds that the Wolves had. I say solely, technically. He only got 3 kills, but they were the very, very impactful ones with a scavenged AK on a pistol buy. Bomani once again dispatched towards Palace. Utility will sail on through towards mid. Give a bit of a cross. A couple options here. No immediate target selected as per usual. Wolves going to take their time. Tapeware has found a frag. It will be traded back by Smuya. That felt a little too fast to be real. Now Bolani holding for jungle.
And again, just slowing things down. Waiting for the CTs to expend their utility as much as possible, and the defense is spread thin. 2 on A, 2 on B. Wherever the Ts go, they are going to have at least a man advantage in that attack. But it's always easier to play on that CT side. You are the one that holds the cards of your positioning. Soul gathering intel. And a lot of intel gathered that could give information to the B-side holders that they could be under stress.
Yeah. Very good information for Sossel, but they need to act on it, and Davaji still feels the pressure with that top con smoke. That's not where they're under attack from, though. Smuya holding for this egress. Bolani could be offered up, but it's just a little bit of an elbow. Mopaw's the one to clothesline. Then Smuya starts to activate. Nixon. Oh, that's a very fitting camera freeze frame head in hand. Matheos has to clutch up again. He finds the double entry. Only 2 remaining. Faked out.
Backstab, though, from
backstab
Soul
is
is going to seal the deal. That's 8 for Iberian Soul. For the moment, we saw a chance for Matheos to clutch up a round again for his team. That did not happen, was not in the cards. Mopo's great clothesline, and Smuya, after missing a shot, a re-peek towards Villani, gets him the kill, and afterwards, there was only a hope for Copenhagen Wolves that Matheos is going to clutch up 6-round lead for the team that only needs 1 more map for the championship.
That's right. Mirage, if it's not converted by Wolves, who picked it themselves, it will spell their defeat 3-1 in this best of 5. Had this been a best of 3, Iberian Soul would have won it, and it would have been a hotly contested match. But a 3-1 scoreline looks a lot better for the favorites, even with their stand-in, Smuya. He's been playing fairly well. Mirage hasn't been as kind to him, a bit more like Inferno in that respect, where he was slow to start. But Ancient, what a masterclass. And Nuke, very important to clutch out the win, especially with the comeback. It's going to be a heavy lean now towards this A site, and that seems to be where the Wolves want to go. Re-smoke for Bolani to deal with. He's not alone this time.
The attack commences. Jorko dead. So is Nixon. Sossel good on the hold. Needs to pull back as he's on low HP. Tapeware on the backstab, but will he actually be shot in the back himself? The answer is yes. Not before finding a frag. Trying something is Matheos. Belani claims a kill. Matheos unable to do so as David G collects a double, rather a triple in this round in 9 for Iberian Soul. 4 rounds left to go.
This is officially the most dominant Iberian Soul have been in this whole series. They opened up Inferno 8-4, and the Wolves still brought it back to 9 rounds, almost knocking on the door of double digits. And as you say, they only need 4 rounds. They only need 13, and this will be their tournament. Lions share the prize pool for first place in Galaxy Battle Phase 3. A pretty penny for the unsalaried org, and now stand in to help them secure it. Wrapping things around for this B hit, maybe. Certainly a mid-push. Oh, but that's a big swing. Nixon looking for his entry. That's his trademark position. Exchange of utility, but he's pushed back by the smoke, and Mopaz still finds an opening. Davidji does one better.
Oh, that's a good wall bang. Didn't result in a kill, though, and Jorko pushed back, destroyed by Smuya. Nixon in the smoke, Mopo's walking through it casually, and that's going to cost him his life. We've seen these rounds get converted. One mistake could be enough. But can
Would be a 2v5.
the Wolves muster something up?
Yeah, difficult. Tall order. Feels like it's compulsory. If they get to double digits off the first half, what hope do you have when you switch over to the defense? Only once before have we seen a 10-2 half fail to be converted and go extra rounds OT so far in this tournament. It feels like it would be such a slim chance to get over to Anubis, and that's what Wolves have to do. They weren't able to finish the job on Nuke. Iberian Soul come back to secure their own map pick. One hell of a comeback required now.
Oh, yeah.
But it will be a 2v2 on the A-bomb site. They isolate the short angle. Here we go.
Smuya waiting with that up. Bomb site is smoke, but they're going to have to stick it. They're going to have to try and plant that bomb. All needs. And Nixon finds a kill. Might there still be a chance for the T's? Only one man of an advantage for Iberian Soul, and now it's annulled, short-lived, and Nixon continues to collect. They still have life in them. The Wolves have jaws that can bite the cats, but Davidji, he wants to clutch this out. Halftime remaining on the bomb. So little HP though, and Bilani just playing it slow. Does not want to peek, does not want to fight until the time is right. And they manage to get this round. Nixon 4K saves them, but a 9-3 half, does that even give them a chance?
A 2 versus 5 just to get a third round. And I was sounding alarms when it took a Matheus 3K to get 1 on the board in the first place for the Wolves. Not how they wanted their own map pick of Mirage to go. Their 4-series win streak could absolutely collapse here in the grand final. And it would be a drubbing of a start. But at least we get one last giveaway. Guaranteed here and now. Already looking ahead for that pistol round that must be secured. And it's a
nice.
Hellfire. Okay, we get ourselves that covert after all.
Yeah, possibly a good way to end the final. Just Python grabs himself a covert skin. Now, can Copenhagen Wolves grab themselves a comeback? That's the question. Is this round a start of something? Davidji, he tried, he failed, but his teammates failed him in a way. Mopo's overzealous to go through that smoke unnecessarily so led to a round collapsing, and an easy looking one at that for his team, but they still have a 6-round advantage, and they still could start putting the final nails in the Copenhagen coffin if they win the pistol round here and now.
That's a big if. Iberian Soul on a bit of a tear on the pistols lately. Looking to equalize on Mirage. Get it a little bit closer to an even split. Both pistols going the Wolves' way on Inferno was not enough to make it happen. Even if they get the pistol and the next 2 rounds, they'll still be at a 3-round deficit. But it's a lead of 6 to open things up. CT pistol complexion includes double dual Berettas. Jorko and Matheus trying to hunker down on A. Balma already lingering forward, and Saucel opens us up.
Oh yeah, Mateos in trouble. He's gonna be under stress, under pressure, but under pressure he thrives as he finds 2 in quick succession, and Bilani does the same. Only Salsal now remains 1v3, and Mateos is already on the hunt. He knows where the last T is, but he does not want to fight. He's playing this well. Like an experienced veteran, just playing it slow, knows that stepping too much, wanting to hunt for a kill could cause him to lose the round. And Salsal 1v3, is that a possibility?
Yeah, bomb loose, under dark. Not where Salsal wanted it to be. Would much more prefer it be on his back. Go to that second letter of the alphabet, try to find himself. Bit of a pistol clutch in the post plant. Mateos on the jiggle will spot Salsal. Everybody else can start grouping up for the family photo here as the Wolves descend upon yet another pistol round. It's an execution. And that makes 5 pistols for the Wolves across this series.
Oh, just look at that. The lineup. That was perfect. And Salsal fought bravely, but that was not enough. It seemed like Iberian Soul could find a foothold to the site. The dualies did enough damage to stop it. And Bilani figuring things out with that USB. Just Glocks. A P250 and a Deagle in the hands of the Spaniards.
Yeah. Slim odds when you don't have everybody sporting it, but no bomb plant. Iberian Soul can take their time as they saunter towards 10. Want to give themselves the best opportunity. Now the boost up is potentially deadly, but Mateos is covering. Deagle recovered. Alex trying to range down. Mateos dropped that. Relieves a little bit of the pressure. Ooh, Bilani's so low. Bilani cut down. Mopaz has found a little bit of pace. This is good damage, if nothing else.
Nixon.
Nixon. 1 bullet away.
This is going to be an interesting round, it seems. David G just faking that drop. And he will proceed to try and take out that low HP player. Tapeware knows he needs to be careful. They didn't pick up a gun, but they can still fire at his face. And David G taking the long way around towards B. This could spell danger for the Wolves. Does Tapeware even have a hunch, an idea of what's happening? The answer seems to be yes, as he's turning towards Market. The timing, though, not going to matter, as David G only had a Glock. And now the rotate coming in. It should be a cleanup from here on out, though not so easy as Tapeware gets dinked, and so does Jorko. Alex,
hold on.
11 HP in a dream. Let's see what you can do. A bullet in the body of each player might give him a chance. Not going to happen. Jorko's going to take him out. It's 5 for the Wolves. But that was close. That was dangerous.
That was so close. That was so close. The pressure is clearly building for the Wolves as they almost got beaten by Glocks, a P250, and a Deagle. You always have enough money for a Deagle, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Now, 5 AKs for the Soul. They are happy with the results of that round, even though they don't get a bomb plant. They put up a ton of pressure. Wolves are definitely going to be scared now. Big impact from little guns, but now they got the Kalashnikovs out. 5 rifles. Better selection on their side. The Wolves actually rocking out with the MP9 still, having to reinvest after losing 2 players to such a minimal investment. But looking for their 6th, and it's got to come on the CT side. Humongous comeback demanded of the Wolves to extend play in this series.
Yeah, but they're starting something with that pistol round. Bilani catches also off guard. That's a +1. And possibly an AK in his hands. The answer is going to be yes. He managed to pick that rifle up. And now all the CTs have the rifles. Let's see what the plan is for Iberian Soul. They could have had a 10-2 lead at the half. Let's not forget that. They might be ruining the missed opportunities, though. Mopos takes care of Bilani. It's 4v4, and now the split towards A comes in. Nixon is going to have to be on his guard, on his level, especially now where Jorko is low. He's not going to escape from this, though. Nixon finds a frag, and now things are starting to complicate. Simplifying is Smooya and David G, though the latter gets taken out. It's a 2v2 bomb planted.
Low HP on the T side. Alex has to wrap all the way around. Is he going to go towards Palace? Looks like no. He wants to link up with Smooya towards Connector. That's where the bomb is planted for anyway. Oh, but that smoke makes it a much more paranoid affair. Matheos isolating. No Smooya's exactly in that Connector spot. But the swing at the same time. And he's off the bomb. Tapeware with no health. He's desperately looking around. Is there a kit dropped? Is there any chance? And Smooya closes it. Double digits and double the lead. Iberian Soul need 3 more rounds to become your Galaxy Battle Phase 3 champions.
And they've been waiting for double digits for a while. They could have had it in the first half, but now they grab it in a messy round. A complicated one at that. But look at the money for the Wolves. Not a lot of cash to splash. They're going to try and save most of what they got. They're going to have a Deagle and a P250 to defend themselves in this round. Matheos, he had a few good Deagle licks in so far in this series. He's looking for something, an A stack. Is Iberian Soul expecting that? The answer seems to be no, as they're all going towards A. This could still pose a threat.
Even when you got 2 pistols invested, Iberian Soul showed the Copenhagen Wolves there's no easy rounds. Apparently, the same works the other way. Will they make it look easy? Mopaz's first point of contact has to deal with Jorko and Villani. Very close by. It cuts down the left, and then the former. It's a straight out towards the bricks, and actually, easy as you like. Matheos, the last alive, 1 versus 4, as Mopo's on for the Eco Ace. Actually flying around the other direction, so it's pulled back in by the gravitational pull. It's not going to be enough. He's got his USP out.
Doesn't want to lose a rifle. He just wants to hunt that Deagle. And why the hell not when you're in such a lead? Smooya is going to be the executioner of Matheos. And 11 hit by Iberian Soul.
You called it out saying it could still be difficult. I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking there are no easy rounds, not in this best of 5, but again, Iberian Soul looking dominant in what could be the final map, what is looking like it will be the final map of Galaxy Battle Phase 3. The Spanish side with the British stand-in. Stadodo having to take some time off. Smooya more than up to the task of placing the storied Portuguese player. British sniper doing it on the rifle. And Mopaz, once again, a highlight performance out of him. Just like Nuke, back-to-back maps where he's just top of the scoreboard. It's a dream run here for Iberian Soul. Invited to the playoffs and making good on why they were invited to begin with. The Wolves looking to jump up with those VRS points, but it looks like maybe their dream is starting to dissolve in front of them. Now listen, this is a round where everybody's got their investment. Jorko on the off needs to find impact from short, and he will be tested. Burrowed into ladder, has to pivot back around, and David G storming connector. Matheos finds the answer, but Alex clears him out as well. It's going to be a 3v3.
Oh, trades all around. Missed shot from Jorko means he's dead. Nixon in a 1v2. He's going to try it. Goes through the smoke. Can he do something? The answer is no. Saucel ready and waiting. And always when it's important, it's Saucel. And it's 7 championship points. Iberian Soul, the way this best of 5 went, we expected a close-fought affair on Mirage. None of it. The only rounds Wolves got were off the back of mistakes and great individual plays. It's been a one-sided affair in map number 4.
The fairy tale run through the Swiss stage, down by 2 series, facing a do-or-die qualification to playoffs. The Wolves do it, and they go all the way. But with David G fragging out and Nixon finding only 1 on the other side, this looks very dire. Also, we'll finish him off. It's a 3v3. Tapeware pushing in through apartments, wants to see what he can do. But I don't know what kind of strat you can call when you got 3 SMGs and a full buy on the other side of it. Bomb might be loose, but it's easily recoverable. Just towards T stairs. And now the Wolves are called to defend the den on B. Seems to be where Iberian Soul are going. Could they extend play? Could they stop the Spanish side from claiming their championship? Smooya comes down. Maybe the answer is yes. It's a 1v3 now.
All right, let's see what the stand-in can do. Starts that 1v3 quite well. Catches one guy, but he needs to find 2 more. They did not put themselves in a situation where they can recover rifles. So Smooya is up against 2 SMGs going to the other site. If he hurries up a little bit, he's going to have more than enough time to plant the bomb at full utility as well. That's a way for the stand-in to put the crown on a very good performance these past 2 days. Smoke on site. Molly towards CT. He's going to have enough time to reposition, put himself in a good post-plan situation, so don't count him out of this just yet. They need to play together. They're aware they're up against an op. Will he have time for the other bullet in the chamber? Finds one, not the other. And play continues in the grand final.
Yep, a kit for Balani. No way he could have stalled out. Needed to find a position where he could have rebolted. And what more could you have asked for if you were on Smooya's side? You get the call up to stand in for this team. You accept, knowing that this is your best chance to make a good account of yourself, to show your skill, to strut your stuff on a big enough stage to turn some heads. And of course you could have clutched up 1v3. Of course that was what was asked of you. But the last tactical timeout burned to try to cut the momentum straight out of the Wolves. A bomb plant down to the last member. They extend play, but they're still down by 6 rounds. 6 rounds required, now 7 in a row, of course, for the Wolves to just force extra, to force overtime.
Doesn't seem pretty for them. But they might be able to chain together a few should they win this one. In theory, it should be an easier test than the previous round, simply due to the fact that the bye is looking a bit scrappy for the Cats. But they've won rounds with slimmer margins before. No up, of course, on the T side. Jorko hoisting that big rain. And a lean towards B seems to be the plan for the T side.
Yep, they've isolated exactly where Jorko isn't, so they should have an easier time pushing on through. A Tech 9, a Mac 10, concessions in the buy, but 3 rifles. This is definitely still going to be deadly. Tapeware. Oh, he was exposed for a moment, and Alex will punish him. Mateos gets clotheslined on the back by Saucel. How is this started to fall apart immediately? Now it's Jorko to answer one back. This is a 3v4 for survival.
And it's so hard to get into the site. They do have 2 pieces of utility, a smoke and a flash. They're going to have to use it the best they can to try and enter the site. There's the smoke. They're going to try and come in through the window, though Smooya destroys Bellany, and he finds Jorko as well. It's only Nixon to remain, and one by one, they all fell. It's Iberian Soul that get Galaxy Battle Phase 3. And deservedly so. They were dominant, losing only 1 map in the playoffs.
Only 1 map. That's it. The champions of Galaxy Battle Phase 3 are Iberian Soul. With the stand-in from Britain, Owen Butterfield. Smooya comes on in, replacing Stododo for the last 2 series, and it's more than enough. An underdog opponent, yeah, you can say that if you like, but Copenhagen Wolves proved their worth, and they will go home second place, the Cinderella run ending 1 map too soon.
And we have to congratulate Copenhagen Wolves. We did not expect them to go this far, and they took Iberian Soul almost to the limit. all of the maps played, bar for Mirage, were close-fought affairs, and who knows, in a different universe, Copenhagen Wolves could have taken this one. Iberian Soul, we can see in the bracket, they had no easy tasks of getting to the championship. They had to beat BC Game, a solid team, Nexus, the previous season champions, and now the breakout performer. And Copenhagen Wolves, Iberian Soul is your champion, and a team that is on the verge of breaking top 30 in the VRS.
Oh yeah, listen, they just narrowly avoided dropping back down to 40 in the world, according to VRS. So they're very pleased with the outcome when it comes to that forecast. But I wasn't expecting to say that Smooya won something this year. Apparently, the guy just can't be stopped. And neither could Iberian Soul. That Spanish side, and Smooya, to his credit, looked very good. Even on the rifle, especially yesterday versus Nexus. But today had some breakout performances. We all remember Ancient. It wasn't quite enough, but it drained that stamina from the underdogs just enough to make sure Mirage was an easy feat. Breaking their hearts on Nuke, and then breaking their spirits on Mirage. Copenhagen Wolves obviously are going to be disaffected. They wanted to be a little bit further ahead. They wanted to force Anubis, give us a better show. But they had a great account for themselves in the first 3 maps. And unfortunately, a little bit too little, a little bit too late. And of course, Iberian Soul, much deserved congratulations for winning. And it was a really team effort. Alex performed super well for an IGL. We've always said this guy has some fragging to him. But I wasn't expecting the entries. I wasn't expecting some of the multi-kills, the pistol rounds as well. And of course, we think about Mopaz, probably star player in that last map, definitely on Nuke. Smooya on an Ancient, and of course, performing very well to secure the comeback on Nuke. It was brilliant. And that is where we end our story for Phase 3.
Absolutely. Phase 3 is done. The 4th tournament this year of Galaxy Battle. Hopefully there will be many more to come in 2025, as we're basically only at the halfway point of the year. Hopefully big things are in front of us. Of course, Iberian Soul claiming the championship. They're doing quite well. A team to watch, definitely, on this Tier 2 scene. We might even see them break open into a Tier 1 tournament. The way they're playing, I would not be completely surprised if that happens. A team to watch definitely is the side of Copenhagen Wolves, making it to the final. Roster that was assembled not too long ago, filled with young talent. Also something to keep in mind and see what they can do with their careers throughout this year, as an interesting 2025 ahead of us, or the rest of 2025, Pronago.
That's right, ending the season on a high note for Iberian Soul. Spain on the map yet again at Tier 2 level. And like you said, maybe beyond. Who knows? I mean, Movistar Riders had some significant results back when they were, of course, the Spanish-only lineup. Not just majority, but only Spanish lineup. And gone are those days for a while now, but why can't they get back to winning ways? Apparently, they just started. So, that'll be the end of the season. That'll be the end of Galaxy Battle Phase 3. Crowning a new champion, and of course it's fitting, it was Iberian Soul. They took out the yesteryear champion of Nexus, and it was 2-0. Overtime required on only 1 map. It didn't look too close otherwise. Of course here, it looked very close until it wasn't. Copenhagen Wolves, 2nd place. Iberian Soul in 1st. Thank you guys for being with us for Phase 3 of Galaxy Battle. As Liuba mentioned, we will of course be back for the subsequent tournaments of the year. So stay tuned for those. And until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of your week. GG.